over Sally's recording over the um, Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And Ellen, I'm pessimistic that things are ever going to cool down in the Middle East ever in our lifetimes. But it certainly is, a pretty dire situation. And we are seeing a lot of protests, particularly on our downstate campuses, but on some of the other larger campuses. I think Syracuse, right after we were there, it was calm, and then um, things started to heat up there. And there's a lot of questions about what is the faculty role, as I alluded to earlier. I mean, I don't think we necessarily speak as one voice on this issue as a faculty. But there are a lot of questions about how we support our students, about the respect for governance processes as administrations are making decisions and often leaving faculty voices out, and particularly concerning doing things like disciplining students, telling them, right, not allowing them to come to class and not informing faculty about this, right, and making decisions that are affecting the academic life of students without properly involving faculty. So lots of questions. And we had this emergency Zoom, which for a Friday afternoon, very late in the semester, which we called maybe 3 days ahead of time, was incredible. I think we had about 30 people on that call. It was incredibly well attended, which I think it just signals the high level of concern that we have, and Ellen, the sensitivity of this issue as well. So I'm excited for our speakers who maybe can give us some insight and guidance on that. And then we had another where we've decided to start doing regular open chapter leader meetings to hear from you. And some of them are going to be addressing themes that have come from you, including governance leader this fall, and government relations, because another issue is just our working conditions and our lack of raises and the economic situation on campus. So we are going to be advocating, as we always do, for in the state budget for more resources for higher education, and we could use your help to do that. So in October, we're going to be having a Zoom on that. And I will just share before I turn things back over to Sally, and welcome you all. At our business meeting yesterday, the chair of our government relations committee, Fred Bloss, noted that our state assembly members and senators will be a lot more open to our asks for resources for higher education if they see us working on their campaigns. And it is campaign season right now. So you might want to think about that. And that's something that we will address in terms of if you don't know how or you don't feel comfortable doing that kind of campaign work. Fred will be having a meeting in October. So I'll plug that and look out for that, because our advocacy will be a lot more effective if we are visible to our legislators as they are campaigning now. So I'll put a plug in for that. Look out for that in October. And I'd like to just welcome everybody. I know we are all strapped for time, so getting up early on Saturday, and if you're not Sally, who's always up early, is a pretty big ask. So we really appreciate your being here. And I will turn things over to Sally, who's really organized a great day for us. So thanks, Sally, for all your work on this program.
My pleasure. Thanks very much, Mary Rose. All right. Well, I think that since it's about 5 after, I'm continuing to let people in, as I announced earlier. Although we know that according to the statistics, what do we say? It's about a 50% show up rate. We did have 86 people register for the conference. So we're hoping all 86 come, obviously. But as Mary Rose said, it is Saturday morning and people are probably getting up a bit late. But we do have a fantastic program for you. We have a morning program and we have an afternoon program. Have a half an hour lunch in the middle as your papers show you here. But I want to start by introducing our first moderator, Afshan Jafar, who is the for our purposes, she chairs the American Association of University Professors National Committee on College and University Governance. She's chaired special, co-chaired or chaired special investigations into the state of governance and academic freedom at various institutions, and recently co-chaired the Special Committee on Political Interference and Academic Freedom in Florida's public higher education system, and the Special Committee on Governance, Academic Freedom, and Institutional Racism at in the North Carolina system. I purposely reached out to her and basically, what did I promise you if you would come this morning? But I thought she would be an excellent moderator for this, not only because of her background, but because we purposely didn't want to have a conference full of white guys, which was a comment made by several people and which I took very seriously to heart. So you are well balanced, our speakers, with Ellen Schrecker as part of our afternoon panel, and two very important moderators who are more than capable of doing this. Afshan, I'm going to let you introduce your speakers, since that's part of your role, and I will be helping you with the questions. As we've said and posted in the box, if you have a question, please raise your hand. We will allow time at the end. If there's something super pressing that I can't wait, Afshan, are you okay with taking questions in the middle if there's something super pressing?
Only if it's super pressing.
Only if it's super pressing. Okay, so remember that. You'll have to pass that criteria. So good morning, everyone. And with that, we will get started. Thank you.
Thank you all. Sally, just so you know, I'm going to be looking at a different screen. So if somebody does raise their hand for a super pressing issue, I'm not going to see it, but feel free to call on them if you need to. All right. Thank you all for coming, and a special thank you to our panelists today. As you just learned, I am Afshan Jafar. I am the president of the Connecticut State Conference. And as you also just heard, I've spent the last few years looking into political interference, censorship, structural racism, and threats to academic freedom in higher education. Specifically, as Sally just mentioned, I was appointed as co-chair of the last two special committees that the AAUP has put together. One on the University of North Carolina system after the Nicole Hannah-Jones fiasco, and then into the Florida public higher education system, the entire Florida public higher education system for political interference. And that second report, that task was so massive that we actually published two reports, a preliminary report about 5-6 months into the project, and then the final report 10 months after we started. So when we were investigating Florida institutions, my committee members and I couldn't believe what we were hearing. It was some of the most heart-wrenching interviews we have sat through. Every day there would be a new development. People would arrive at these interviews completely confused and, sometimes with this look of like terror on their faces, not knowing what they were walking into when they were going into their classrooms. People we had already interviewed would email us again and again and ask if they could speak to us again because so much had happened since we last spoke to them. So there was new development, new threats constantly. There was, as I mentioned, a palpable sense of fear and anxiety in the vast majority of people we spoke to. Unfortunately, things have gotten much worse. Our preliminary report warned in May of last year, what is happening in Florida will not stay in Florida. At the time, a lot of people thought this was just Florida being Florida and that this really wasn't going to be something that the rest of the country would have to worry about. And we warned that that was not going to be the case, and that's exactly what we've seen. The wave of suppression has now spread from Florida to Texas to Indiana to Michigan to right here in the Northeast. The right, which was the far right, which was already waging a war against CRT, DEI, tenure, and workers' right to organize, and so-called indoctrination by professors, found a new cover for their agenda in the guise of fighting anti-Semitism after October 7th and the campus protests that ensued after. Let me say at the outset, that's not to say that fighting anti-Semitism isn't a just cause on our campuses. It absolutely is. But the House committee that took over the task of fighting anti-Semitism, the House Committee on Education and the Workforce, chaired by Representative Virginia Fox, was not the hero that this cause needed. It became a way for this committee to continue the agenda it had had for many years already, fighting CRT, DEI, tenure, and again, liberalism on our campus. It's hard to assess the damage that this committee and its hearings with the various university presidents have caused and will cause, I'm sure. But I think historians in the future will look back at this time and understand that this House committee and the moral panic it fueled around speech, indoctrination, liberalism, critical race studies was a central player in changing higher education in the United States. That is, if we don't intervene now, if we don't fight for what we have right now, or actually for something better than what we have right now. The Florida report ended with the following quote: "The time for intervention has not passed yet. We call on all professional organizations, unions, faculty, students, staff, administrators, and communities across the country to fight such reforms tooth and nail and to offer support to our colleagues and unions in Florida and beyond, however they can. The survival of the institution of higher education, free from political interference and the ideological agenda of autocrats, a cornerstone of democratic societies, hangs in the balance. Being a bystander is no longer an option," end quote. And this brings me to our first speaker today. We're talking about not being bystanders. We're talking about being able to fight what we are facing. Please join me in welcoming Todd Wolfson, who will speak on the topic of the AAUP and the fight for the future of higher education, including discussing strategies for fighting back. Todd is an associate professor in the Department of Journalism and Media Studies at Rutgers University. He is an anthropologist by training, and he has written and edited 3 books, the most recent being The Gig Economy, Workers and the Media in the Age of Convergence, along with dozens of peer-reviewed articles. Todd is also co-director of the Media Inequality and Change Center, a partnership between University of Pennsylvania and Rutgers University. For the last 6 years, he has been in the leadership of Rutgers AAUP AFT, which represents 6,000 faculty, grad workers, postdocs, and counselors at Rutgers. Prior to his work as an academic union leader, Todd worked as a community and labor organizer in Philadelphia. And of course, as you all know, Todd is currently president of the American Association of University Professors. Please join me in welcoming Todd Wolfson. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Afshan, for that introduction. I really appreciate it. And wait, Mike, are you trying to get in? Okay. And thanks to Sally, of course, and Mary Rose and the leadership of the New York State Conference of AAUP for inviting me today. And thanks to all of you for coming at 9 a.m. on a Saturday. I really appreciate it. We had to hustle to get our kids to swimming before this, so I've been running around. It's an honor to be here. And so what I want to do today is, is talk first about a book I have been working on, but I haven't been able to work on for a minute around the fight around the future of higher ed. I'm overwhelmed at the moment, so the book has been shelved, but I got to get back into it. And then pivot through that to the kind of collective program I think we need to build, we all need to build to defend our campuses and ultimately to defend our democracy, because, the attack on our campuses is also an attack on democracy. And in order to defend our campuses, I think we need to imagine a different university and different college than the ones we're in now. But more importantly, I also want to leave time for discussion with you all and hear from you. And then you also have to forgive me. Unfortunately, my Rutgers AAUP AFT has a leadership retreat today. So after my session, I have to go up to New Brunswick and be at that retreat. So there is an amazing lineup. Sally did an amazing job, but I won't be here to hear all the speakers because I'll be up in New Brunswick. So forgive me for that. But let me start.
I'll send you the recording.
Thank you, Sally. I appreciate it. But let me start. And I'm actually starting where Afshan, right where Afshan left off. And I'm so appreciative of the work she's done. And so here it is. I mean, our colleges and universities are under attack. The fascist or proto-fascist wing of the Republican Party has targeted higher ed for a radical takeover. And let's start in Florida. Take the idyllic New College of Florida. NCF is Florida's state honors college and one of the premier liberal arts colleges in the country, consistently ranked as one of the top, prior to 2023, consistently ranked as one of the top 5 public liberal arts colleges in the US. But Governor Ron DeSantis recognized in that quaint progressive college on the shores of Sarasota Bay an opportunity to create a conservative beacon, which he also thought could help fuel his failed presidential ambitions. They saw it as a Hillsdale College of the South. So the annexation of NCF of the New College of Florida was swift. It began in early 2023 when DeSantis appointed conservative allies to the majority of the seats of the Board of Governors. Within a month, the new board fired NCF's first female president, Patricia Oker, less than 2 years into her term, and appointed their ally, Richard Corcoran, as interim president. And this was just the opening salvo. By the summer of 2023, the board dismantled NCF's diversity, equity, inclusion programs, fired multiple administrators, denied tenure to 5 faculty, and abolished the gender studies program. And by the fall, 40% of the 100+ faculty were gone. They had run for their lives. And about 10% or 100 of the students had left, transferred. And that was by design from as part of the takeover. So, and most recently, we learned last month that NCF leadership dumped a bunch of books on gender studies in the trash. So, I mean, that's a place to begin. And Chris Rufo, the conservative provocateur known for engineering the national attack on critical race theory, and the most high-profile DeSantis appointee to the NCF board, detailed their brazen plan. They were public about this. He said about NCF, "We are now over the walls and ready," this is a quote, "and ready to transform higher education from within. Under the leadership of Governor DeSantis, our all-star board will demonstrate that the public universities, which have been corrupted by woke nihilism, can be recaptured, restructured, and reformed." And offering a similar but a bit more blunt assessment was NCF's interim president, Corcoran, who declared, "Education is our sword. That's our weapon. There's going to be a battle, and the way we're going to get where we're going is by fighting every step of the way." And the seizure of New College was a tip of the sword, to follow on Corcoran's metaphor. It was a tip of the sword in DeSantis's attack on public higher ed. He signed a series of state bills into law that took direct aim at Florida's public colleges and universities. These sweeping bills, which the American Council of Learned Societies called a frontal attack on academic freedom, defund diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in all of Florida's public higher education institutions, eliminate majors in key subjects, including race and gender studies, create post-tenure review for faculty, wrest academic hiring out of the hands of faculty and place it in the hands of political appointees, and creates new curricular requirements focused on Western European civilization. And one of the 2 reports by our very own AAUP, and of course led by Afshan, concluded, quote, "Academic freedom, tenure, and shared governance in Florida's public colleges and universities currently face a politically and ideologically driven assault unparalleled in U.S. history. If sustained, this attack threatens the very survival of meaningful higher education in the state, with the direst of implications for the country." Most recently, the Georgia State Conference put out a survey of faculty in the South and the mood. And what we heard is that Florida faculty are looking to get out of that state in any way possible, and the morale is really low. I think folks have also saw recently that University of Florida is doing keyword searches on syllabi and then when there are certain keywords, probably Israel, Palestine, Gaza, genocide, those syllabi are looked at, and often the professors are asked to change the syllabus. But not to be outdone by his rival, DeSantis, Donald Trump has joined the attack on higher ed. And in 2023, he put out a campaign video that detailed his vision for higher ed if he wins the presidency. And because it's Donald Trump, he delicately titled the video "Protecting Students from the Radical Left and the Marxist Maniacs." That was the title of the video. And in the address, Trump laid out his plan for taking higher ed back from the, quote, lunatics indoctrinating our children. And the plan was to fire left-wing accreditors and take over accreditation boards, and thereby set new standards, including defending the American tradition and Western civilization. And, quote, removing all Marxist diversity, equity, and inclusion bureaucrats. Trump went on to outline another part of his scheme, which was to seize endowments from universities in order to offer restitution to victims of DEI initiatives on campuses. And then Trump closed by this address by declaring that colleges have gotten hundreds of billions of dollars from hardworking taxpayers, and now we're going to get this anti-American insanity out of our institutions. And building on Trump's most recent vice presidential running mate, J.D. Vance, put out a statement he called professors the enemy, and declared that he wanted to follow Viktor Orban in Hungary and take over all public universities. And that was put out recently. So the attacks on higher ed and the desire for the government to have direct control over what faculty teach and research and college students learn and say is an authoritarian fever dream. So I think the question is, how did we get here? How did one of the most trusted and respected sectors in U.S. society become a convenient foil for the far right? And more importantly, how do we reorient higher ed so it can truly serve as a central institution for knowledge production and innovation, the cultivation of democratic citizens, and a critical engine for both social mobility and social progress? So today, what I want to do is talk about the hollowing out of U.S. higher ed over the last 50 years through what I see as an uneasy marriage between right-wing politics on one hand, but also importantly, neoliberal logics that have dominated our public, certainly our public post-secondary institutions, our privates as well. And then we should touch on, or at least recognize, the militant response we've seen from workers over the last couple of years and from students. And overall, what I want to argue is that organized workers on our campuses, and that doesn't just mean unionized workers, organized workers, advocacy chapter workers, and collective bargaining chapter workers, members of AAUP, and members of NEA or SEIU or UAW, in collaboration with students and communities, are our best hope to do two things. One, offer a counter imaginary to the vision of higher education put forward by DeSantis and Trump. We must do that now. We cannot sit on the sidelines and let one side paint a picture of higher ed that's radical and then not respond with a counter vision about what higher ed is. Because we also see that the more that the right paints us a certain way, then at least the Democratic Party moves to the right on many of these issues because there's a whole bunch of space. So now we hear Democrats talking about how they don't really see the need for four-year degrees for a serious job. So we, the workers and our students, must offer a counter vision to this. And that's critical to fostering the kind of revitalized public university that we need, a public university that can resuscitate our democracy, recuperate the concept of a public good, and I think in certain ways help rekindle a labor movement that's also been dwindling. But before I get into some of this, I want to start where these questions began to arise from me, which is far away from the noxious politics of DC or Tallahassee, in my role as the president of the Academic Workers Union, Rutgers AAUP AFT, in the midst of the COVID-19 crisis. So in April of 2020, as the first wave of the pandemic was in its height, leaders across about a dozen unions at Rutgers, representing more than 20,000 workers, began to meet to plan out a collective response to the health crisis. And over the course of a couple of weeks, we invigorated this thing called the Coalition of Rutgers Unions, and we developed an innovative plan for the university and its employees to cope with the social and economic impacts of COVID-19. And I pushed for this because I was the president of the biggest union and the faculty union, and the administration started whispering that they were going to do mass layoffs. So at the heart of the proposal that we put together, which we called the people-centered approach to the pandemic, was a goal of protecting the most vulnerable students and workers at New Jersey's largest university during the emergent health crisis. So the coalition of Rutgers unions advanced a plan centered on the concept of solidarity. And it was this, where all Rutgers employees, 30,000 of us, would sacrifice to protect the most precarious workers and students on campus. And the focal point of the proposal that we put forward was a work-share program. And the work-share program said that all 30,000 employees would furlough, but in a particular way. We built on the European concept of a work-share, where the government and the employees share the salary of employees during a financial crisis to reduce the economic burden of the employer and consequently prevent mass layoffs. And so the proposal was that Rutgers employees furlough, and the large majority, anyone making under $250,000 a year, would be kept whole through a mixture of New Jersey unemployment and the Federal CARES Act, which included an unemployment boost of $600 a week. And at the time the plan was proposed, it was the largest work-share program in the country. And depending on the date of implementation, it would have saved the university about $100 million during the pandemic. And in return for this massive voluntary work-share program, because they couldn't do anything to my members, for the most part, full-time tenured faculty. So in return for this massive program, we were calling on the university to act like a beacon in a crisis and take proactive measures to protect the most vulnerable workers and students on campus. Specifically, this meant no layoffs to staff and adjunct faculty during the pandemic, 1 year of additional funding for doctoral students that couldn't carry out their doctoral studies during the pandemic, an emergency fund for undergrad and grad students impacted by the pandemic, with an emphasis on international students not eligible for care support, and importantly, free COVID testing for communities adjacent to the 3 Rutgers major campuses, New Brunswick, Newark, and Camden, which are all majority people of color cities. And Rutgers had just done their first saliva test, so we thought it was something they could do. And importantly, a commitment to pay the salary increases of all Rutgers employees on the previously negotiated schedule. Now, we met with the university management, and they were working with the anti-union law firm, Jackson Lewis, and they spent a month or two pacifying us. Ultimately, in late June, they rejected our proposal. They declared a fiscal emergency. They laid off 1,000 workers, mostly staff and adjuncts, disproportionately women and people of color, stripping workers who had been at that institution for 20 years of healthcare amidst the greatest health crisis we'd ever seen. They canceled our raises. And astonishingly, the money Rutgers saved from the layoffs and the raises was dwarfed by the money they would have saved by the proposal we had put forward. And this corroborated the conviction we had that Rutgers wasn't actually facing a fiscal crisis because of the pandemic. And in retrospect, we know that to be true. Largely because of federal money, Rutgers grew their endowment and reserves by $500 million over the course of the pandemic. Still, they laid off thousands. In the months that followed the coalition of unions, we kept pressure on them. A new president came in, and we were able to get a deal, a scaled-back deal. And this pact entailed a smaller work-share program and included job security for professional staff and the rehiring of the adjunct faculty, the reinstatement of raises, and the funded grad worker program, where our doctoral students all got an extra year of funding, which was the only one of its kind in public higher ed. And we also forced the university to negotiate with all of the unions at once, which they've never done before. So that was a huge win for us, coalitional bargaining. And we protected the most vulnerable to the best we could in that case. But it was a more modest program than the one we wanted, and it happened after 1,000 employees were set adrift. All those employees were ultimately rehired. So during these these negotiations went on for about 9 months, and during these tedious and at times callous negotiations, I was president of Rutgers AAUP AFT, and I helped reignite this coalition. And coming into my term, I thought I understood the problems at the root of public higher ed, as well as the issues that faculty, staff, and students faced. But the COVID crisis for me exposed a different set of contradictions at the heart of public higher ed. And I guess it forced me to realize that the problems facing us as post-secondary education in this country were much bigger than at least I had understood. And that from there, it forced me to think through like that we have to come up with a bold plan for a collective solution to higher ed. And so throughout the pandemic, a few core dynamics I just want to lay out materialized for me at this intersection of the neoliberal university and also worker power and the future of our sector. And this has led me to the work I want to do in the AAUP with all of you. First and foremost, I directly experienced the ramifications of the rise of the corporate university, and importantly, the deeply flawed ideological leadership of the people that run our public post-secondary institutions. But at the same time, I also glimpsed the power of workers in the sector that if we unified as a whole across the workforce. And importantly, I began to see how in harnessing that power, we could reimagine higher ed, but only if we organize and build power, not as faculty or as maintenance staff or as grad workers or as adjunct faculty versus full-time faculty, but across job categories as higher ed workers in unity with students in our communities. So let me touch on these dynamics really briefly. I was one of the chief negotiators for the pandemic negotiations. And consequently, I had a front row seat to the university's chaotic decision-making process during that. And as I reflected on the negotiations, the most striking aspect of the process wasn't the inhumane decisions that Rutgers made, and they made some pretty inhumane decisions. Rather, what was shocking was who was leading Rutgers University in this moment of crisis. The people at the helm of New Jersey's landmark institution of higher ed were a mixture of lawyers, accountants, and bureaucrats. Not one person from the faculty was in discussion about what the university should do in the midst of a massive crisis. Now, I've read, Benjamin Ginsberg's wonderful work on the rise of the corporate university and the proliferation of non-academic deans and deanlets that have seized control of our institutions and run them like corporations. And as a faculty member, I've experienced these dynamics firsthand in my work as a teacher and as a researcher. But witnessing Rutgers administration navigate the complex demands of the pandemic was an entirely different order of magnitude. As the crisis unfolded and we had to think through the impact of COVID on tens of thousands of people, I was negotiating with administrators that had no commitment or understanding of the academic mission of a public university, nor did they have an understanding of the employees or the communities where we worked and lived. In practice, this meant that during this unprecedented health crisis, the primary concern for Rutgers was safeguarding and growing their reserves and their credit rating, which was very important to them, while simultaneously shielding the university from legal exposure. So it wasn't about the needs of students. It wasn't about the role of the university. It was about their reserves. Accordingly, Rutgers management never asked the question, what is the role of and responsibility of a public institution to its employees, to its students, or to the state during a crisis? Nor did the leadership center the core values, teaching, research, service. Instead, the focus was on safeguarding the bottom line. And it goes without saying that this is an extremely narrow and ultimately damaging way to define our public institutions, and in particular, our public colleges and universities. Moreover, this approach explicitly undermined the needs of New Jersey, whether the students, the employees, or hundreds of thousands of people. While Rutgers management's approach to the crisis was demoralizing, it became even more bleak when you recognize that Rutgers wasn't an outlier. Quite the opposite. The logic of the Rutgers management is the broader logic that most management run our institutions. So I want to just paint a contrast here, and stark contrast to this corporate vision. The workers at Rutgers came together and we forged a very different image of the public university. At the heart of this vision was the idea of solidarity and a community of care, in which the needs of the most vulnerable members are prioritized. In this respect, workers at Rutgers advanced a different image of a public institution, one that acts as an anchor to the broader community and a guiding light for a society adrift. And for the workers and the unions, it was clear that in a crisis, the university should center the 100,000 people that make up Rutgers, 70,000 students, 30,000 workers. as well as the communities where we're located. And beyond the crisis, the workers at Rutgers made an argument that post-public secondary institutions should be pillars of society. They should not operate like corporations with a fervent devotion to the bottom line. To the contrary, they should be the foundation of a more just society. And alongside this different vision of the public university, which is one thing, is the vision we put out, I also witnessed the power we had over our workplace when we broke down the divisive barriers that separate us, and when we organized across job category to make our collective demands on an institution felt. And I say this not just for unionized workers again, but also for folks that don't have collective bargaining rights in private institutions or in public institutions without those rights. At Rutgers, when we stopped thinking solely about our individual unions and instead took an approach that encompassed all workers in solidarity with students and communities, we were far more powerful. That's what made the university most afraid of us. And when we operated collectively as workers in conjunction with students in the community, we were able to offer a counter narrative to the dominant yet bankrupt vision of the neoliberal public university. It was a combination of our shared power as workers and our collective counter imaginary, which was most unsettling to them. So that's when we finished negotiating the pandemic deal, we started planning our next contract campaign, which led to, and I'm not going to get into this much today, but led to a strike of 9,000 workers in 3 unions in the spring of 2023, where we won massive protections, which I'll say a tiny bit about. But before we got there, we at Rutgers AAUP AFT asked ourselves, why is Rutgers governed here? How did we get to this moment? And others like Ellen Schrecker have written about this in detail, but it's important to note that there's a history that brought us to this moment where our universities are operating like a shell of themselves, and our colleges. In this case, there's an unimpeachable record of federal and state divestment from public higher ed over the last 50 years. And importantly, divestment from public higher education began to develop at the same time that students of color were finally getting broad access to free or highly subsidized public higher ed at institutions like the University of California system or CUNY. Moreover, defunding of higher education, it's really important to note, began on the heels of the 1960s when college campuses were the backbone of social movements like the Berkeley Free Speech Movement, Civil Rights Movement, the Anti-War Movement, Black Panther Party, and many others. California was ground zero for this fight, recognizing the role college campuses played in the emergence of many of the social movements of the 60s. California Governor Ronald Reagan tied state divestment from the University of California system directly to the radicals at Berkeley. During his 1970 reelection campaign for California governor, Reagan's education advisor, Roger A. Freeman, declared, "We are in danger of producing an educated proletariat. That's dynamite. We have to be selective of who we allow to go to college," end quote. And with this in mind, during his tenure as governor, Reagan cut back state support for the University of California by 20% and introduced new fees for college students. Reagan wasn't the only conservative leader that targeted college campuses in the aftermath of the 60s. In 1971, Lewis Powell was commissioned to write a report for the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, which famously became known as the Powell Memo. In his report, Powell argued that the free market system is under attack and the campus is the main source of anti-American sentiment. And he went on to outline a plan for transforming the universities, and he called on business leaders to champion this strategy. So operating in parallel to this right-wing attack and the subsequent federal and state divestment from higher ed, which was political as well as it was economic, which is a point I'm trying to make here. Alongside that was a broad ascendance of neoliberal logics, which quickly became so hegemonic in the US, they became common sense for organization and governance. And many scholars have detailed the twin dynamics of racialized, politicized divestment, as well as the dominance of neoliberal logics, as what has driven privatization of what were once public goods, including the university. And I'm going to cut this part out, but I think we all know that what happened to our universities was happening to society at large more broadly. And so there are many, I want to skip ahead in the interest of time, but there are many damaging outcomes to the shift in the governing logic of public higher ed, the commodification of education in higher ed, and many others. But I just want to mark three things. First, and perhaps most dramatically, is the move towards casualization of college and university teaching, which has led to a dramatic reduction of tenure stream faculty and the rise of short-term insecure contracts and the crisis of contingent faculty in higher ed. The cost-cutting measure by higher ed administrators across public and private universities, from community colleges to Ivy League, has created a growing class of precarious academic workers, leading one scholar to dub academia the gig economy. In today's gig economy, many academics are forced to shuffle across multiple institutions, teaching manifold classes to cobble together enough money to make ends meet. And this growing class of adjunct faculty are offered no benefits, are forced to live on meager wages, and they have no security and are often forced to apply for their job semester after semester after semester. And while this economic arrangement is appalling for adjunct faculty, and I would say would not be put up with in any other public sector other than higher ed, it's important to note. It's important that adjunct faculty are still teaching a plurality of classes in post-secondary institutions. And it has a deleterious effect on teaching, as adjunct faculty are not paid for the many tasks they're asked to undertake, and thus they're overstretched and overwhelmed. So this overload is nearly impossible for adjunct faculty to meet the complex responsibilities of teaching in higher ed because of their contracts. Alongside contingency, a second real problem we've all seen is skyrocketing tuition and mountains of student debt, 1.8 trillion at this point, and also institutional debt. And then a third is that, as I said earlier, universities have modeled themselves like corporations and they've mirrored corporate structures. And this has led to an explosion of high-paid administrative staff that run our public institutions more like for-profit corporations. And I just want to say, and then I'm going to sort of move towards like what's to be done. It doesn't take much to excavate a history of our colleges and universities to recognize that this current way that they're being run is not natural. It's not the natural state of things, nor is it the way we always viewed public colleges and universities. The public higher ed system in this country used to be a vehicle for social mobility, the bedrock of democracy, and an engine of innovation in this country. And there's a long history of scholarship that centers college universities in that way. You could all go all the way back to John Newman, who wrote about the idea of the university in 1852 and talked about how scholars should create a place for the populace to create foundational knowledge while centering social cohesion. But you don't have to look outside the US. We can look at the higher ed, the progressive vision of higher ed goes all the way back to the public land grant universities, which Abraham Lincoln dubbed the public universities. And it's important to note many of these land grant universities are based on indigenous land. And so it's not perfect, but still it was understood as a place of public universities. Or you can look at the Wisconsin idea, which was put forth by the president of the University of Wisconsin in 1905, which talks about the university's role in influencing people's lives beyond the boundaries of the classroom. And so I bring these up to say that the higher ed that we're in today needs to be denaturalized. We can't look at it as the normal order of things. And once we denaturalize it, we can begin to think about how we can change it. And so I'm just going to get to that real quick, just some thoughts. And here I really want to be in dialogue with you. But I see like a 3 to 4 step program that we need to move forward on. And so since I became part of leadership at Rutgers, I've been involved in a series of fights around higher ed. The first one in 2019 was focused on, our contract campaign was focused on expanding the diversity and equity of our faculty. And in that contract campaign in 2009, we took a strike vote, but we did not go on strike. And we won important things. We won $20 million towards bringing in and retaining more diverse faculty. And we won a pay equity program so that women and people of color in the faculty could apply for raises if they were getting paid less than their male or white counterparts. And the campaign helped me see how important it is to center racial and gender justice in our work on campuses when we're fighting. Following that, when I was president in 2020, I discussed at length that we challenged the administration's approach to the pandemic, And this experience led me to believe that we have to move beyond just diversifying and expanding the faculty rights to organizing wall to wall in our institutions where possible. And following that fight and inspired by the possibility of big federal works program by Joe Biden, a bunch of us union leaders came together to build something called Higher Ed Labor United, which the goal was to build a national movement of higher ed workers that's wall to wall and coast to coast, and forge an alternative vision for the future of the sector. And then last, in the spring of 2023, 9,000 workers across 3 separate unions representing all academic workers went on strike at Rutgers. It was the largest public sector strike in the history of the state. And we won massive salary increases and critical job protections for full-time non-tenure faculty, grad works, adjuncts, and postdocs. And we also began building with our community. We won an annual fund of $600,000 that's meant to offset the high cost of housing for the largely undocumented communities in New Brunswick. And that helped me begin to think through the alliance we need to build with our students and in our communities. And so these are the experiences that set the foundation for the strategy I want to put forward. Simply, I think we need to build alignment across diverse populations that make up higher ed. First, we need to build unity across ourselves. We need to organize. Then we need to build alignment with others in our institutions, and we need to grow from there. So the first step, I think, is to truly transform higher ed is we need to organize. We need to do a better job of organizing at our institutions. We need to organize across job category, and we need to figure out how to organize in places where the law isn't in our favor, such as Florida or Texas throughout the South. And there are models for how to do that. We're not alone. And so what we're doing at AAUP to move that forward is we are working with a group called Organizing for Power, which was established by the late labor visionary Jane McAlevey. She passed away last summer. And Jane was known for building true worker power, whether in unionized or non-union environments. And she built an organization called Organizing for Power. And so AAUP is partnering with Organizing for Power. And we're going to hold 2 trainings, one in the fall and one in the spring. And I want us to be doing this every year moving forward. Our goal for this next year is to train 1,000 AAUP members in the core goals of how to best organize your campus. And then we want each of those 1,000 trained members to sign up 10 new people. And I think we believe we can grow local chapters, state conferences, and the national organization by 10,000 people by the end of 2025. That's the goal here. And I want to say something. I recognize, since I've been in leadership, that our advocacy chapters are severely under-resourced. None of the dues that come in from members of advocacy chapters go back to those advocacy chapters. None, 0. So I'm working with the local 6741, which represents all of the advocacy chapters and at-large members, to figure out a revenue sharing program as part of this. So if a chapter takes part in this organizing program we're putting forward and signs up 20 new members, we want to share the dues that come in with that advocacy chapter so that it can build its own strength, and it's incentivized to do that. So that's the first piece of the program that we're putting forward. I want to partner with every advocacy chapter and state conference. I want to do it with New York State. I want to figure out what this looks like on your campuses with you. I also want to note that from my vantage, we're better off if we stop organizing as faculty. I've been saying that throughout this talk today. I don't think it's in our interest to keep these divisive barriers between faculty on one hand, tenured faculty and non-tenured or adjunct faculty, and then faculty and staff and grads and postdocs. It's not in our interest to stay separated. I learned that very clearly. And there are organizations in higher ed that are trying to figure this out, particularly CWA, the Communication Workers of America, has launched United Campus Workers throughout the South and Southwest, which is a wall-to-wall model of organizing. And I really think we should be looking at this more closely. If we want to build the power necessary to respond to our institutions, we need to learn to work with everyone on our campuses. So I'm not saying this to say people have to do this on their campuses. I'm saying it to suggest I think it's an important way forward, and AAUP National will partner with you if you want to figure this out. And CWA wants to work with us to share their model more. Alongside organizing at our institutions, as I said, I think it's really critical that we build better alignment with students and in the communities where we work. And so this is really important in order to move work forward. Devarian Baldwin, who is a member of AAUP's National Council and has been thinking and writing about this for many years, is going to launch a committee focused on figuring out how to do this with our chapters on our campuses. So we've been doing it at Rutgers, and I really want to figure out how we can do this at a national level. I think another thing we really all have to think through is shared governance. It's broken on almost every campus that we have. And so we have to step back and really look at that and think through what that means and how we're going to win the power to actually be able to talk about what's going on our campuses. And there are models outside the US to look at there. And the last thing I want to flag, and then I'll stop talking and we can get into questions, is that I believe strongly we need to build a national movement around the future of the sector. At some point in the mid-20th century, the country forgot the critical role of our universities and colleges as a conduit of shared knowledge and social progress. And we forgot the role of public higher ed as a pillar of democracy and the keystone for innovation and social mobility. And it's that collective forgetting that enabled the divestment across the last half of the century, and that enabled the right-wing attacks. And in order to rekindle public higher ed, we must make arguments to the public about the value of our institution. And so I think that's the work we need to do. We need to put out an alternative vision on how to do that. And we started doing that this week. On Monday at the Community College of Philadelphia, 10 unions representing over 1 million higher ed workers came together and put out a shared vision for the future of the sector and demands that we want to see whoever is in power in the fall take up about what we want to see. So AAUP led this process, but included AFT, NEA, UAW, SEIU, CWA, Higher Ed Labor United, AFSCME, Unite here. And the document outlines our vision for the sector. And I'll say what we want. We want a fully funded higher ed. We want job security for all workers on our campuses. We want an end to student debt. We want more access to higher ed for all residents in this country. We want more funding for minority serving institutions, as well as more funding for NIH and NSF. We want a commitment that public higher ed is seen as a public good. And we want a recommitment to academic freedom and freedom of speech on campuses. And Afshan talked at the top about the committee hearings, the Education Workforce Committee hearings. We need people fighting to re-enshrine academic freedom and freedom of speech on our campuses. This coalition that we built is historic. It's never been built at this level before. There's never been this many unions aligned on the vision of the sector. And we really want to push it forward. So regardless of what happens in November, we want to advance this nationally and in our state houses. And so I think I'm going to leave it there, and I'm excited for questions.
Thank you, Todd. Just a reminder, everybody, if you could raise your hands rather than put questions in the chat, that would be much easier for us to handle. You can use your raise your hand function at the bottom of your screen toward the middle there. And we will call on you in the order that you speak. In the meantime, I'm hoping maybe I can start with a framing question of to start us off. Todd, I love your call to organize, and I love the call to fight, even though I run into problems with that metaphor on my own campus. People think they should play like Rocky's theme song every time I enter the room because they think I love to fight so much. But I'm like, you're just seeing me as a fighter even when I'm not doing it. That's a separate story. But I do love the call for us to defend what we want to stand for. But I want to take that call especially when it comes to advocacy chapters, right? As you noted, I mean, that's what, a quarter of the AAUP membership, as you noted, that's not really getting the kind of resources that unionized chapters have. So I want to pair that with your other comment that shared governance isn't working or shared governance is broken or something to that effect. When shared governance is all advocacy chapters have to rely on, right? When we can't unionize and we are not allowed to unionize, we rely on our governance structures. And our efforts have been to try to increase people's understanding of what governance means on advocacy chapters. So for instance, at Connecticut College during COVID, we managed to control everything from whether we would wear masks in the classroom to whether we were moving online, how much, how many days off people could take, including staff and faculty together. We passed several resolutions that kept all of that power with the faculty, and we were meeting more than once a week throughout the summer of COVID, right? And that was using the principles of governance that say that faculty have purview over the curriculum. So actually, it's not going to be the administration that's going to tell us when we move online and what our class size is going to be and under what conditions we get to teach in person or online and so on. So I want to ask about that a little bit. If governance is broken and governance is what advocacy chapters have, what is the vision or the plan for advocacy chapters?
I think that's the right question. I mean, and I think there's a couple things we need to think through here. I mean, one, if your university senate or faculty senate or whatever the governance structure at your institution is working, and if the administration is not just ignoring it because it's toothless, then I think that's great. I don't see that as the norm. At Rutgers, where we probably have the strongest higher ed union in the country right now, just this summer, the university moved a merger of the medical schools, and the university senate came out against it and had every right within the bylaws to stop the merger, and the administration just ignored it, and they weren't able to stop them. And I think all too often that's the norm, where the university senate or the faculty senate's position is taken as advisory and not taken as anything that has real teeth. And so if that's the case, if it's not the case on your campus, then you need to organize your members to take over those senates and build alignment around your needs to fight back against the administration's vision of the university or college you're at. But if it's not working, then I think we need to think through what our strategy is here. And so first and foremost, I think that AAUP chapters only organizing or primarily organizing tenure stream faculty, and I'm not saying this is true of all advocacy chapters, the variance is great, but what is true is that it's almost always faculty. I think we need to think that through, because often, what I found is often the problems that faculty are facing, whether full-time, tenured, or non-tenured, or adjunct, are similar to, or the staff have similar concerns. And often students have similar concerns. And so why are we dividing ourselves off from those other workers? So one level, we need to do a better job organizing. At another level, I think we need to get rid of the barriers. Maybe you think through a way of doing it that doesn't undermine the role of the AAUP advocacy chapter, and there's a partner group for staff that you work with. I don't know, but I think that we need to think through, how do we build with those other workers on the campuses, and how do we also build with our students in order to put forward a different vision of the pandemic or any number of things. So one is about the organizing we need to do to get stronger. And the AAUP commitment here is that we will figure out revenue sharing. It doesn't make sense that a chapter and an advocacy chapter gets no money back. That doesn't make sense. That advocacy chapters have no budget. How can you fight the fights in front of you if you have no budget? It doesn't make sense to me. And so I'm pretty new. I have to figure out how to do this, but I have every intention of figuring out a revenue sharing program where the money for dues that comes in from local advocacy chapters, some of that goes back to those local advocacy chapters. And that should help, right? Because right now, the reality is there's no incentive to grow. Why? I mean, so there's that set of organizing questions. Now to the governance questions, Afshan, I mean, it's great. It's a great question. And we have to step back and we have to think through what to do. What I guess I'm saying is, for too many times, the reliance on a shared governance model that isn't working and pressure on a university that just ignores us is not enough. And so we need to research where there are different types of governance models, and we need to start organizing as if we have those governance models. At Rutgers, again, I'll go back to Rutgers because that's where I have the most experience. What we have been building is work councils, right? And so we have a work council in about 10 of the schools, because for us, the contract only governs so much of our work, the union contract. And the majority of the work is still managerial prerogative, and there's still real problems with how they're running it. And so instead of the union taking on this role, we built work councils where faculty, grad workers, postdocs, staff in a particular building or in a particular department or school come together and meet outside and begin to put forward a shared vision. If the governance structure that's formalized isn't working, and we've been organizing ourselves to do that. It's not a perfect answer. I think we need to do more research, but I think the keys here are, one, not accepting shared governance as it is today on our campuses, unless it's working, but for the most part, it's not. And two, organizing, and in my mind, organizing across job category.
Thank you. We have several hands up. I'm gonna go to Mary Rose first.
Okay, thank you. Afshan, thank you so much for your question about advocacy chapters, because beyond being president of the state conference, I am at a small private Catholic university where we don't, and actually just Todd, right, for your information, in New York State, right, most of our advocacy chapters are on small private campuses, where we, I mean, where we're going under. We had a I'm going to put in air quotes, successful organizing attempt at Medaille College. Medaille College doesn't exist anymore. And they weren't, I mean, basically the NLRB turned them in a shocking decision, citing yeshiva, which they weren't even a religiously affiliated university. I mean, right. So we are so hampered, right? So it's not just like, you know, like the legal environment isn't just like Florida and Texas. It's like how are we going to deal with that yeshiva decision? And I know that there is energy hearing from our members to work on that government relations piece at the federal level. And, you know, we'll see what the outcome is in November. You know, it's going to be easier or harder, but it's not easier. It's not going to be easy, but I think that's something that needs to be addressed. But one thing we've been talking about at our state conference level, as far as models, is like, you know, how to like, right. And I liked what you said at the beginning, Todd, about like, you know, organized doesn't necessarily mean unionized. So how do we develop resources to teach ourselves how to act like unions, right? And so I like, I'm excited for the organizing for power model in training. And I hope that, you know, that there's a lot of room in there for us to figure out as advocacy chapters, how maybe we can act like unions. I mean, because in some ways, I know there's things, and maybe you can speak to this, that we can do as advocacy chapters that unionized, like that CB chapters can't do legally. I mean, then there's certain protections we don't have, but like, I don't know. I mean, who has protections really beyond, right, our collective power? So yeah, I just like to put in a word for that. And also, I mean, and I really like what you have to say about building higher ed as a public good. And I'm certainly a big supporter of public higher education. As I got my PhD at UNC Chapel Hill. I was very disappointed in my alma mater recently for several things, but you know, a lot of us are at private schools, and you know, in our small communities, right, they definitely have a role to play, and they've been, I mean, like we're going under as well, and we're under resourced as well, and our students are in debt as well. So I'd like to see, you know, I mean, I can't believe I'm saying this given the research I do is on like voucher schools in Chile. But I mean, I think there is some room for choice. First, you know, we have students who are choosing to go to some of these schools and they're going into debt. And so maybe thinking about that as well. So that's my piece. Thank you so much for coming and listening to us. And I'm really excited to be working with the new national leadership.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mary Rose. There's so much to say. I'll just limit it to 2 comments. One, the UAW and the University of California system, they had about 10,000 grad workers that were funded by the NIH and NSF that the University of California did not recognize as having the right to unionize. And the law was vague on it. And they didn't try to win at their regional labor relations board. What they did is they organized those 10,000 student workers and they planned to strike. And the University of California, on the eve of the strike, recognized them. We're in a crisis. Tenured faculty of privates need to think through what to do here. AAUP would be a strong partner in the right place, in the right moment, for tenured faculty organizing themselves towards recognition strikes. We can, the legal framework is not going to change tomorrow, even if we have a Democratic, even if Kamala Harris wins. And I think there's an appetite in the NLRB, from what I've heard, to take up yeshiva again. But even if that happened, it would get overturned at the Supreme Court. It's not going to be an avenue right now. And so, but workers haven't always relied on the law to win their rights. Often they've relied on their power. And faculty, tenured faculty, have a lot of power in their home institutions. And so I believe that AUP, from my vantage, would want to partner with the right institutions to really look at what this could look like. And, you know, there's a lot of concerns with AFT. I have some of those concerns, but they, in this sort of thing, they would be a strong partner to work with as well. So I want to flag that as one thing. We should not take the lack of rights under yeshiva as the only thing that governs the right of private sector faculty, tenured faculty. We all know that we don't manage nothing anymore in our institutions, right? It's pretty clear that other people manage it. And so I just want to flag that as one thing. Yeah, I mean, in my mind, we have to give all of us the tools to build our power on our campuses. And that's why we're working with Jay McAlealy's outfit. And so we know the dates of the fall training. We knew it was going to be hard to do a training before the election, but we wanted to get this going. And so we're doing a weekend-long training. It's free for any AAUP member. And it's the weekend of November 16th and 17th. It'll be like 2 6-hour days. And this is how we're going to approach it. We're going to ask every chapter in the country to engage. 500 collective bargaining, 500 advocacy chapters, 90 collective bargaining chapters. And if you can get, if some chapters are so small, this will be hard. But the real goal is to get 5 people from each chapter to be a part of this. And then we would build a program, host the training to help those people who go through the program organize members into their chapter. And we will launch a campaign around this, because you can't organize people into nothing. You need to organize them into something. So there's a national level campaign, which is around the future, fighting back for the future of higher ed. But then there's going to be local things that are happening that the local chapter are going to need to put in place. And our organizing staff, along with AFT, because AUP only has on staff 4 organizers to carry 50,000 members. It makes no sense. We're going to build that up, but it's going to take a minute. So we'll ask AFT to help us, but we will support every one of those chapters in both building a fight back on their campus and growing, importantly growing. And I commit, we will send that dues money back. We will figure out a dues revenue sharing program, because that's the only way this works. As the school choice question, look, higher ed is an ecosystem. I haven't thought about it that way. It makes me nervous, of course, as somebody like it sounds like your research really believes that we have to embolden the public sector. But I also see privates suffering. And so I think we need to have a vision for this. Like, New Jersey privates are closing, and also 4-year publics are closing. And so we have to have a collective vision at the state level and at the national level about how to support them. I don't know if school choice from a fully funded sector is the answer, but I think that we have to have a discussion about how we save and embolden our privates too.
Thank you. Tom, you're next.
Hey, thank you. I want to thank all the organizers of the weekend and or of the day. And Todd, thank you for that very helpful address and gave me a lot to think about. I'm from Fordham University, and we have an advocacy chapter. It's a small chapter. I'm going to be talking about it a little bit later today. But you gave me lots of ideas for the advocacy chapter, and I appreciate that. But I just want to raise two things. One is, has there ever been any talk about the dues for advocacy chapter members? Because a big bar to a lot of our faculty, they'll say, I just can't afford to join AAUP, especially when I don't see any actual, what's my benefit? Do I get a lawyer if there's a problem? Do I, so they have a hard time kind of relating what they consider very high membership fees to actual value for that cash. And especially in a very expensive place to live, like the New York City metro area, a lot of faculty are very stretched. So encouraging people to pay that fee has always been a challenge. Is there any discussion about that on the front end, changing the fee for advocacy members? And then the related matter, but distinct, is I was surprised not to hear anything about the academic boycott statement in your remarks. And that is really generating a lot of conversation in terms of the local chapter. So I wonder, it's frankly introduced a lot of tensions in our chapter. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but it's made some people swear never to join, and it's made other people interested in joining. So I wonder if you have anything to say about kind of how that's breaking in local chapters, and any advice for kind of facilitating conversation around that new statement. So just two questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. So definitely the dues issue is on our radar. The reality is it's got to be voted on by all membership to change dues, so we can't do it until the next biennial meeting. But I am sympathetic also because we're asking, like, the due structure is very disincentivizing for contingent faculty in particular. And so we really have to look at that. I came in and we don't have a way to change it formally without a full membership vote or at a biennial meeting vote. And so I think we want to look at it is what I can say. And I'm very sympathetic to what you're saying. But there's another part to your question, which is people not feeling they're getting anything from their dues. And I came in to AAUP leadership, and my local Rutgers AUP AFT pays AAUP National $500,000 a year. And not one of my members thinks they get anything from it. And so, like, I'm very sympathetic to the fact that we must reimagine the national organization in a way that it actually provides assistance and support to its members. And that is not how the organization is structured now in its full way. And so that's a hard task to take on, to be really honest with you. It means thinking through staffing, thinking through where, what, why, and how people are doing work, thinking through the question of the responsibility to the profession and the responsibility to the people who pay your salaries or the members, which is a contradiction in the heart of this organization that goes back 100 years. Or actually, it goes back to when AAUP started unionizing. And so, like, I'm very sympathetic to that concern, Tom, and I really want to figure out an organization that actually provides real, tangible service to Fordham AAUP's advocacy chapter and to the members therein and to all of us. And that means probably some change to the national organization and some, like, bumpy road in front of us to get there. But I think it's the right thing to do. And I think it's actually the only way the organization lives, right? The organization is 90% of the money comes in through dues. 80% through collective bargaining chapter dues, and maybe 10% from non-collective bargaining advocacy chapter members' dues and at-large member dues. And then like 10% from like the grant that Isaac's going to speak to, or from the money passed back and forth between AAUP and AFT. So we have to, that money must go to a staff that's servicing the people that are paying that, right? And so it's a hard issue, and it's one that has to be worked out. I'm thinking about it constantly. So that's a two-part question. That's with respect to the academic boycott. It's complicated. We're getting a ton of blowback. I believe it was the right thing to do, but also I will note, and Ellen's here, and she was part of Committee A. It was being worked on for 9 months before I took office. But I believe it. I believe, it is the right statement. I believe the argument, certainly that Joe and Scott made, that it was politicized more in 2006 when the academic boycott statement position was first really embraced. That was the political moment when they created what feel like contradictions between the rights of individuals or the rights of collectives versus the systematic right to boycott. I think that's the core contradiction that the committee aimed to resolve. And I think the outcome is that people have more freedom to make decisions now than prior. That I do believe that very strongly. That said, it's a very politicized environment, and BDS hangs over this discussion like the sort of Damocles. So it's very difficult to have a real conversation about academic freedom and academic boycotts right now, because all people hear is the crisis in Gaza and the BDS movement. That's all they see. And so the thinking on this is very blurry, because people are thinking through what is a heart-wrenching problem for all of us on our campuses, and obviously importantly in the Middle East. So what I can tell you is that if people want to hold meetings with members to talk about this and reach out to the AAP National Office, I'll work with Committee A to make sure somebody can come and help talk it through with members, and at least express from our vantage why Committee A worked on this and why we have the outcome we have now. I would commit to that. And hopefully that helps you have the conversations you need to have. And I appreciate your questions, Tom.
Thank you. Ellen? Ellen, your audio's not on.
Thank you. Hi, thank you. Todd, that was really sort of all-encompassing discussion of where faculty collective action is and needs to go. And it's a very inspiring statement that hopefully, things will begin to move, even if the worst happens. On my campus, the worst has happened. Our chapter is about to dissolve. Yeshiva is unusual. We have a dreadful administration. It is a really Orthodox Jewish institution, and the dean has sort of officially said, and I'm not even there, we are a Zionist organization. So the chapter, the leadership in the chapter themselves decided that they would pause their national membership, that for specifically yeshiva reasons, they could not continue, though they want to organize what they want to call a faculty voice organization on the campus. And up until October 7th, the the chapter was growing. We started out with 13 and it doubled over the summer. And there is an enormous need. And one of the things that they desperately wanted but couldn't get from the national was the service of somebody who could go over the school's budget for them. They are seriously underpaid. And they needed several $1,000s, which they couldn't raise, to have, what's his name, Howard Bunces, come onto campus and do that particular magical thing that he does, which invariably seems to show that schools on the verge of bankruptcy were actually saving money and putting it in their endowments rather than paying their faculties, or other workers. So I think that's one service that could be provided by the national, would be to lend a chapter that requests the services of somebody like that. And, you know, hopefully all this will pass. But I think thinking about the university's mission, which no university administrators ever thought about. I mean, I'm wondering if maybe somewhere down the line there aren't university administrators who might want the help of faculty. I mean, they're being pressured terribly by this MAGA stuff. They can't be happy with it. Some are, obviously, who are political appointees, but the ones who aren't, maybe they would like to kind of work together with an AAUP chapter or with some kind of faculty group to sort of say, we want to be a university that serves the public, and we know that the public needs us, and then begin to talk about it. But, you know, at this point, it's so adversarial. It's a little scary, and we have to get past the election. I mean, because we're in crisis mode now, and we will have to go into triple crisis mode after that. It's going to be hard. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. You've actually touched upon something I wanted to raise too, so let me just build on your comment about how Yeshiva wasn't able to get a financial audit is what the service is. And for those of you who don't know, the financial audit, which 3 people are trained to do, it's Bonnie, Rudy, and Howard who provide the service. It's provided for free to collective bargaining units and advocacy chapters. Connecticut College just did this last year. And for a 5-year analysis, it costs us $5,000. And so as advocacy chapters, we had to raise that money, and we also relied on the Connecticut State Conference, which does get money. So we were able to fund it through that. And that is a very tangible example of a service that advocacy chapters don't have access to, that collective bargaining units get for free. I just wanted to just expand on that a little. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't, you know, Rutgers did get an audit from Howard Bunsen before our last contract campaign. We did pay him. So I didn't, maybe we shouldn't have. So I don't, and we are a collective bargaining chapter, but we definitely paid him, but I didn't know, I don't know about that, Afshan. But this is the thing we all have to think through. And here's the problem we face, right? Which is the organization has a budget more or less of $10 million, right? And a lot of the resources are not directed towards servicing the members. And so, but they're important things that are being done, right? Like casework. But it's not casework about, you know, a particular chapter. It's about casework around the profession, right? And so that eats a lot of the resources of the organization. And at some level, we all have to be honest that, like, we don't have infinite resource, right? So the question then becomes, what do we prioritize? Do we prioritize a program where we have legal support, as Tom was asking in the chat, which I think is really important, certainly in this moment, but more generally, and a resource to be able to make sure that anybody can get a financial audit? And how does that conflict with the already existing resources we're putting in to important work, but that work that you don't feel is directly servicing you as a chapter or as individual members? It's a hard question to answer, right? And so I just want to, like, I agree with we should be providing financial audits for advocacy chapters. We should be giving more legal support to members. But but I just want to flag that there's not infinite resource here. And so decisions have to be made to do that, right? And that decision means we do that, and maybe we're not able to do the faculty compensation report we do every year, right? Which is really important. So like, again, these are questions that like we have to parse out. I wish there was an answer that said we have more resource and we could do all of these things, but we can't. We are, for a national organization with 50,000 members, we have an extremely small budget. And so I am looking at that is all I can say. And I have real thoughts about what I think needs to be done here. And I want to make sure that members feel and chapters feel supported. And Ellen, I'll also say, I'm sorry about the yeshiva chapter. I really, truly am. And it's not the only chapter that's dissolving, maybe because of the academic boycott statement, maybe just because of circumstances on campus. I mean, we're in a political moment, and I believe we are a political organization. Not that the boycott statement wasn't a political decision. That was an important, well thought through, reasoned decision by Committee A, but the organization is political. I came out and critiqued Vance quite a bit recently and took a lot of flack because they said that AAUP is meant to be neutral. We cannot be neutral when the vice presidential candidate is saying that we're the enemy. That's crazy in my mind. So we must get off the mat and we must stand up and fight. And so, but it's going to alienate some if we do that. And so I think that's just the reality. I get far too much hate mail at this point. And so anyway, but thank you for the question, both about the audit and I'll say this, Ellen, also, we share the person who's your dean at yeshiva came from Rutgers. And we had to file multiple unfair labor practices against her at Rutgers because she broke labor law by telling people what they should and shouldn't do with respect to the union because we called for a ceasefire in December of last year as a union. And that's against the law. And so I have no doubt that in the place where she's not going to get those restrictions, that she's going to run haywire. And so I'm sorry for that.
If I can make one more connecting comment, as you were talking, Todd, it brought me back to an idea that I've had and discussed briefly with members of Committee T, the Committee on College and University Governance. You know, part of the reason that shared governance is weak on campuses or shared governance doesn't work is because people don't understand what it is, how it's not working, and what they're supposed to do on their campuses. There is just a serious lack of understanding of how the concept is supposed to work and what rights people have under it. And so similar to a financial audit, I've often thought that we should be offering some sort of a governance audit where we train, see, you have Committee T, these are people who live and breathe and dream governance. So train some of these people to do the thing that financial auditors, what Rudy and Howard and Bonnie do, go onto campuses and do a governance audit for them, tell them what's working, what's not working, where they need to focus their energy. Because the strategies of collective bargaining units only go so far on advocacy chapters on those campuses. But there are some unique cultural challenges that we have on our own campuses that governance understands well and can get around if you can train people to understand what governance means and how it's supposed to work. So I just wanted to put that out there in terms of thinking about advocacy chapters and what we might do for strengthening governance and building collective capacity at the same time.
I love that idea, Afshan. Let's talk about how to get that done. And we could we should put resource behind it. I think that makes a lot of sense, particularly to help. And I'll say also, it's not that collective bargaining chapters, let's be clear, collective bargaining gives us the right to negotiate over certain parts of our work, salary and work conditions. There are a lot of things that are managerial prerogative that are the problems we all face, that collective bargaining has no specific more power to fight over and is dependent on our shared governance platforms like University Senate. And so it's actually a shared problem, I would say, because collective bargaining has its limits on what it's meant to be able to help us negotiate over. So I love the idea, though. I think it's great. We should talk about it.
Thank you. Erwin.
Yes, thank you. I would like to get back to the point that Tom raised about why people join the AAUP or don't join the AAUP. I'm the chair of the New York Conference Committee A, and of course, National Committee A is the most prominent part of AAUP, and I think it is the question of what people expect from AAUP, what they think they would like to get, or why they don't join AAUP because it's an expensive organization, they don't get anything from it, really turns back to the role of Committee A. Committee A is there not only to develop general positions for the profession, but also to investigate violations of academic freedom and tenure violations. And it seems to me that Committee A has been overwhelmed for years and years, and that members and the profession in general don't feel that AAUP can really protect them as individuals in case they have problems on their campus. So it seems to me that from an AAUP perspective, in reaching out to not only to advocacy chapters, but to the entire profession, the role of AAUP's Committee A as a protective device. It's not a collective bargaining device. It's not exactly the same as a union grievance policy function, but it does provide protections to people which they do not have otherwise. And I think this has to be enhanced. It has to be publicized. People have to feel that AAUP is there to protect them if there's a violation of academic freedom or tenure.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can respond to it if I agree with you, Erwin, and I think it's not just Committee A, it's also the DAFG staff that also focus on that area of work and the relationship therein. And so to me, it makes sense that we really figure out a way to operationalize this in a way that people feel protected. I think there's a lot of work to be done to do that. And you're right. I think it's overwhelming, particularly in this political environment right now. And Committee A members are volunteers at the national level, and then they have staff that intake cases, and so those cases are no more prioritized if they come from a chapter than if they don't come from a chapter, which is important for the profession, but it's very hard for the organization in servicing its members, because there's no expectation that a member that comes from a chapter is going to get, or chapters making an ask, gets any more attention than someone that doesn't. And so again, that's a question that needs to be thought through, because the more we can really focus our resource on our chapters and our members, the more they can get more serious representation on these issues, which frankly, the staff and the committee don't have the capacity to do the way it's structured at present. So I agree with you. And I think I don't think it's the only thing that I think we need to reimagine some of the things AAUP really leads on. And one of them is offering a vision for the future of the sector and fighting and building a political power to do that, and aligning the rest of the sector around that is a critical role. The institution hasn't been doing it. It must repivot. So I want to build a political department here in the organization that can lead on that stuff, because we can't depend on AFT to do it for us. We cannot. We must do it ourselves. We know what the sector needs better than AFT does. And so it's on us to do that, but AAUP has not done that. So I would say that's as important as the work of Committee A. But I appreciate your points.
Thank you. Mary Rose, go ahead.
Just very quickly, because I want to be mindful of time. But Todd, Kimberly Reiser, who is our state conference governments committee chair, and we were just texting because we actually, I think, and Afshan, I like how you raise this, in terms of governance audit, because that's exactly, I think we were like, this is what we're planning to do for our spring meeting. And I know at national, in the past, they have developed shared governance audit instruments. They exist. Because we did this about a decade ago on my campus. We used an instrument that had been developed by national. It was way too long. We did sort of focus groups. It took us really months, and people don't have months anymore to do that kind of work. So our first step is to start collecting instruments that exist, develop a really simple one, and then we want to send it out to all our chapters and say, hey, could you fill this in for us? And if we have that information, then we can build some concrete work, sort of like the Summer Institute, Rudy Howard workshop. Sorry, my cats are going crazy here. I'm a childless cat lady. And I think we want to start doing that. So yes, please involve us in that conversation. And just one last thing is, I think in a lot of this work, because we do have to balance service to the profession. And I think that's something that people don't see the value of, but it's incredibly, it's like your individual lawsuit ain't going to work if the AAUP isn't there with those, crucial policy documents that they develop, right? And I think we maybe also need to educate ourselves on how important that role. When individual members are like, well, where's, sort of my individual service, it's like, well, if this document doesn't exist, your lawsuit is much weaker, right? So I think that's important. But also the state conferences, which sort of disappeared. It's like we're there, and we are acting, we are organizing, and but I think there's because I was at the local, the one
741.
Yeah, that one. And I ended up in a breakout room with two other people who are state conference presidents, and we're like, hey, we can help. You want to do an audit, or they want to do an audit of what's going on with advocacy chapters. We have a pretty good idea. Sally knows; she can tell you exactly which ones of our chapters are active and not active. And it's we have, and again, we're all volunteers, but we have a lot of knowledge, and we are fired up too. And we want to be, let's not duplicate, right? Use the state conferences, because I know they're apparently starting the ones in the South, apparently they're meeting together, right? It's you should know what, be involved in those conversations, because we only have, one of our biggest resources is our time, and we're all so stretched thin. So let's not duplicate. And maybe state conferences, and I know there's not one in every state, obviously, but we're really well situated. We know the political, the political dynamics in your state are really different. And also just the dynamics of our membership are really different. We do have a lot of small privates in your state where, other states, maybe that's not the case. And, it is, and like you said, higher ed is an ecosystem, but it's different at state levels, right? And so I would really, really encourage you to really think about, how do we revive state conferences and use them in this work that you want to do? Because then maybe that frees you up to sort of start that national level sort of, political vision, and state conferences can really help. And again, that only works in states where they exist, but that's, my advice.
Thank you, Mary Rose. I am looking at the time, and I'm going to call on Sally before I go to Ellen. Isaac has said, don't worry about my presentation if you want to continue this conversation for a few more minutes. So I will get to Sally in 1 second. I do want to point to Mary Rose, the important kind of tension you've pointed to between talking about education as a common good, but then as an AUP thinking about what services do we provide to our members and what we don't. So there is that conflict and tension there if we start to focus on, providing services only to, which again, as an organization makes sense, but there is that tension there. And also, I just want to say, as a person who's done several investigations, I do want to say that the reports, if your chapters aren't reading them or using them, they do have a lot of value beyond just the case that is explored. At some level, they serve as an example for things that you could use on your campuses. You can take to your administrators as a warning. This is what's going to happen if you don't behave. So there is a more general appeal and use for those, even those singular cases that the AUP does. Sally, I'm going to go to you, and then if we have time, Ellen. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Todd, did you want to respond to that?
You know what? I do want to respond to Mary Rose. I actually have a question for her, but I just wondered maybe we could bundle Sally and Ellen, and I could just do a response to all three in the interest of time, and then to get to. But I actually have a question for Mary Rose. But
Go ahead.
well,
Isaac has yielded his time.
all right. Well then, all right, fine. I'll respond. I want to figure out how to use the state tables. And or state conferences. And I guess the question I have is because it's just like advocacy chapters and collective bargaining chapters, state conferences are also uneven, right? And there's some very strong ones and a lot that aren't so strong, and then some that aren't operating really. And so I guess the question is like, how do we figure this out? You know, like should there be a table of state presidents, state conference presidents that start to talk and think through things? I guess I don't know. And so this is actually a question to you, Mary Rose, to Sally as well. Like, do you have a vision of what the best way to move something like that would be? Because I'm all ears and happy to do whatever folks think would make sense to actually help revive the states and also figure out like, we have a lot of work to do. We need many hands makes light work, right? So we need one other thing I recognized about what I saw happening in the AAUP is it just doesn't have the kind of infrastructure it needs. It's way too isolated and alienated. So I think there should be a space for like leaders of chapters to be meeting. I think national leadership should be more accountable and be in more dialogue with members writ large, but then also chapter leaders. Maybe there's a state conference president's table. I'm open to any of this and just, I guess, looking for advice.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an excellent way to start. And it's that's super easy, right? Set up a Zoom, pick a time, set up a Zoom. And I think people need to just start having those conversations, right? Because I know at Summer Institute, I don't know, now it's like, maybe that was a 2020 year when it was all online. I was invited to, chair, because they were trying to like build stuff into Institute for the state conferences. And it was really educational for me because I did realize like how different dynamics are, right, in the different states, and sort of there's different challenges and different opportunities and problems. But I think just having a simple Zoom, like we've started to do, which we've been saying for years, and finally it's like, let's just do it. Like, pick a day once a month, chapter leaders, hop on. If you can come, you can come. If you can't come, this month you can't come. But I think
Mary Rose, can I interrupt you for just 1 second? I am looking at the time, and can I just suggest that you email Todd with some specific suggestions after this? Because the specific suggestions we can get into that for a while here. So if you don't mind following up with him, may I move on to the next question, please? Thank you. Sally and then Ellen.
Thanks very much. Todd, I have not heard you speak yet. I didn't go to national. We're very clear that the AAUP is a critically valuable organization with a critical purpose, and we hear how committed and motivated you are. And I'm really, very, very motivated by myself by many of the things that you have mentioned. But as you said, the work that we want to do takes money, and it also takes adequate staff. You mentioned many hands make light work. I am curious if you could provide us with some updates regarding the current reality in terms of staffing, including organizers at AAUP National. It's been a question that's been posed by many of our members.
It's a huge problem, Sally. We have like three organizers now, and staff writ large are like down to about a little bit over 20. But also it's a really unclear, just to be honest with you, what we inherited is a pretty messy financial picture that we're trying to sort through. And even the financial department we inherited is, let's all be really honest, is also messy, right? And so being able to sort through the financial problems of the organization with a financial department that's not on top of its game is also an issue. And so we want to make, I want to be aggressive. Right. I really, really do. I want to be aggressive around organizing. I want to be aggressive around the political program we need to build. But we need to figure out first what's going on and what we have and what it looks like so we don't run the organization financially into the ground. When we figure that, and we also need a new ED on staff that is invested in the same vision, that has a critical role to play in deciding what, if we build a political department, who's going to direct it, what that looks like, to hire directors in other departments that are missing and have been missing for months on months. And so I'm committed to that. We're fast tracking the ED search and hire, and then we're going to make serious hires where we can make a hire that isn't in contradiction with an ED. We'll do it, but like where we feel like it's going to be a contradiction and the ED would feel undermined and fairly feel undermined, we won't, because that's not a way to rebuild an organization that's really thoughtful. So and the main thing I want to do is figure out a really beefed up organizing department and a political department. Those are the things on my mind that I really want to beef up. We need 10 or 15 organizers on this staff if we're going to do the work we need to do. And so we're working to get a clear financial picture. It's not fully there yet. And a lot of this also has to do, we all know, has to do with the complicated relationship with the AFT. And so I don't want to go, this is at the end of this conversation, and I feel both Isaac needs to speak and Afshan's right. We need to move forward. But I just do want to say that relationship has been really badly managed by both sides. I don't think this is, I mean, people might have their feelings about AFT. I have my own feelings about AFT, but the mismanagement of the relationship is both AAUP and AFT have a lot on their hands for that. And I want to really fix it. And I think if we can fix it, the reason why people decided to make that affiliation was because of the financial burdens the organization was facing, and the folks who were in leadership then made a determination that this was the best way forward to secure AAUP's future. That may or may not be true, but I really, like, we got to fix it, and that's the sort of thing that will get us financially secure and enable us to do the things we need to do. And so I'm working on it. And I'm happy to, we can schedule a discussion. What I don't want to do, the only thing I want to be careful about with a discussion about AFT is the more our stuff is out there in public, the more difficult it is to rectify the problems, right? So I believe in absolute transparency but like, I also want us to be honest about the fact that if we go dumping garbage on AFT, which is an organization, and again, I don't think it's all AFT's fault, to be really honest with you. But if we do that, then the ability to fix the problem is much more difficult. And so anyway, that's where I'm at. We will make these hires. We're fast tracking an executive director hire, and then we're going to build out at the department level, director level, and department level as we need. And one of the places we'll focus most directly on is the organizing department.
Thank you, Todd.
Thank you for
Ellen,
that.
if your question is brief, we will take it. If not, if you want to wait until after Isaac's presented, I'll let you decide.
Okay, all I wanted to do, I mean, what Todd is saying, and I know a little more from being in Committee A and everything about the enormity of the task that he faces. And so the fact that he's being so upfront with us is just wonderful. But it really is, it's years of a organizational culture that got sidetracked, I think, in many respects, and needs to be updated to modernize the AAUP. And I would just say, with regard to Committee A and academic freedom, that the model perhaps of looking at individual cases with a whole full staff investigation may not be the most efficacious for the organization at this point. After all, people don't read the cases, and they don't have any impact on anybody's campuses or for the individuals. So it's problematic.
Ellen, you and I can have a disagreement about that later, about whether those
I know
are
we
useful
might.
or not. Sally, can we move on to Isaac? All right, I was just, your hand is still up, so I just
Oh,
want to.
I'm sorry. I was one of
No.
those, don't put your hand down people. There we
All
go.
right.
My bad.
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Thank you, Todd, for staying with us and entertaining questions. I know you have to get going yourself. Thank you so much for your time. Let's
I want
move
to
on.
thank everyone. Thank you so much. Sorry, Afshan, go ahead.
No, that's fine.
Thank you, everyone. And I took notes. So organizing, legal representation, governance audit, state table, got them all. We'll follow up.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to our next speaker, Isaac Kamola. If you haven't seen or heard this presentation before, you are in for a treat. Kind of a horrifying treat, let me just say, but a treat nonetheless. Isaac Kamola is an associate professor of political science at Trinity College, Hartford, Connecticut. He is the author of Free Speech and Coke Money, Manufacturing a Campus Culture War, and Making the World Global, U.S. Universities and the Production of the Global Imaginary, along with dozens of journal articles and book chapters. He is also currently the director of the Mellon-funded Center for the Defense of Academic Freedom at the American Association of University Professors. I don't want to take too much of your time in terms of offering you any background remarks. I do want to just say one thing, that so many of us, including colleagues at my own institution, feel like this discussion of the various bills and legislation that's out there, mostly, but not exclusively in red states, we might feel shielded from the effects of that. And let me just say clearly and emphatically that no matter what kind of institution we're at, we're all going to be affected, and we are all being affected by the rhetoric, the content, and the outcome of these various bills. So please listen to this presentation with an open mind for how the chilling effect goes far beyond just the states that these bills and various laws are currently operating in. So with that, welcome, Isaac, and it's your show.
Great. Thanks so much for the generous introduction, Afshan. And thanks for kind of clarifying why I'm here talking about the legislative attack on higher education in front of the New York state audience, where these bills have largely not been introduced and definitely not passed. But before I talk about that, I'd just like to thank Sally and Mary Rose and the organizers of this panel, for Todd for visionary leadership. I'm incredibly excited about where the organization is going. It feels like just a really exciting time to be an AAUP member and an AAUP activist. And I think that, we've known for a long time that we have to fight to save higher education, and it feels like we're getting the tools and resources there to be able to do it. And I'm really excited about the vision that Todd is laying out. I'd like to thank the New York State Conference in general. Just been really an amazing group of activists and scholars with a number of AAUP chapters and collective bargaining units that have been so strong, especially this past spring against campus repression. Just greatly admired of the general activism that AAUP chapters have done in New York. So I am the new director for the Center for the Defense of Academic Freedom. I'm going to share my screen here, which is kind of a strange organization. Not strange, but it's sorry. I have the two screen problem. Is that showing up okay? Is that showing up okay?
We're seeing two screens. The slide's really small.
Okay. Stop share. Start share. Desktop. Share. Okay.
Still two.
Still two.
If you have two screens that you're looking at, choose the alternate up at the top.
There we go.
Is that it? Okay.
Yep.
Great. So what the Center for the Defense of Academic Freedom is, it's a project that's funded by the Mellon Foundation. It's based on the premise that the attacks on academic freedom have been evolving and changing quite rapidly in the past few decades, that the AAUP historically has its strength in examining the academic freedom of employees in relationship to their employers and the relationship of tenure and due process protections around their employment contracts. And that's really where the 1915 State Declaration and the 1940 Statement and the policies that stem from that really focus around questions of shared governance and the protection of academic of freedom through shared governance. However, as we know, the attacks on academic freedom have been evolving and metastasizing in quite scary ways, now coming from legislators and governors. I was talking with somebody from Amnesty International yesterday who's doing a work on Chinese government intervention in harassment of students and faculty on college campuses, on US college campuses. They're coming from online trolls, they're coming from the courts, they're coming from all kinds of different places. And the question is, how can the AAUP defend and protect academic freedom in ways that recognizes the kind of evolving threats? And then to also kind of modernize the way that we think and talk about academic freedom. Ellen Schrecker just kind of pointed out that the AAUP needs to be modernized. And I think that's a conversation that we're having at the center. There's 15 fellows. Last weekend was our first in-person meeting. And we really came away with this idea that, like, in order to convey the importance of academic freedom to a broad audience, we need to kind of figure out how to talk about it differently, right? This highly technical thing that applies in certain instances and has to do with faculty and their employment a status as for-cause employees is really confusing and also not very compelling for a broad audience and for a broad public that we need to be able to convince to join us in the defense of academic freedom. I'll give you one example. I was just on a panel in DC yesterday around new tools that have been developed by some researchers for addressing targeted harassment. And on the stage were high-profile scholars who have all come under attack from the government subpoenas and from other threats to their academic freedom. And they did not have any interaction with the AAUP. They didn't even know they were very unclear about the language, or the language of academic freedom was something that they hadn't actually used robustly and vigorously in developing their own defenses. And for me, that was just an example of how is it that we get this language out into a broad public and among faculty in order to kind of explain what academic freedom is and why it's important. So that's what the Center for the Defense of Academic Freedom is about, is trying to kind of increase the awareness around academic of freedom and figure out how to communicate its value to broad audiences, and then to create very practical tools that allow faculty, but also broader publics, journalists, politicians, trustees, alumni, whoever might be interested in the project of defending academic freedom, provide the kinds of resources that they too can use in this broad defense. So the first step of this project was to write what we call the threat assessment. So what are the general attacks on academic freedom? It was going to be very, very broad in scope and look at a whole bunch of different kinds of attacks, but instead it took me about 4 months to figure out just the legislative angle. And the result of that is this report that was published in May called Manufacturing Backlash. So Manufacturing Backlash looks at the state-level legislative attacks on higher education during the 2021, 2022, and 2023 legislative cycles. Kind of breaks down 5 different types of bills that have been introduced and passed in this time period. The first one are the academic gag orders, or the anti-CRT bills. The next one is this kind of raft of anti-DEI bills. And then the anti-tenure bills, efforts to weaken accreditation, and efforts to undermine academic governance. And that kind of that fifth category is kind of this broad category that looks at efforts by legislators to insert programming, to insert departments, and sometimes even whole schools onto college campuses outside of the shared governance process. So a right-wing legislature like in Florida, or a rich donor wants to create a center on leadership and Western civilization or whatever. And they go about creating that. And that's becoming increasingly common on lots of college campuses. So what the project did is looked at these 5 different types of bills and also their interrelated character to each other. Because oftentimes the ways that this kind of broad legislative attack on academic freedom is represented is as this kind of spontaneous, like, can you believe what's going on in Florida? Oh my God, there's this bill in Texas. Oh my God, do you see what's going on in North Carolina? This kind of sense that all of these are kind of independent, right? So part of what the project is to show, first of all, how they're deeply integrated with each other. So for example, the first wave of bills that came out was the anti-divisive concepts or academic gag orders. And those were really in the wake of Black Lives Matter protests. So right after the Black Lives Matter protests and the first legislative cycle after that in 2021, you start to get these kinds of weird bills that are banning things like the 1619 project, or these very weird, very kind of, attacks on what can be taught in the classroom that quickly evolve into a common kind of language of divisive concept bills. And I'll explain that kind of near the end of the talk. But also then in 2022, it became clear that these academic gag orders were being held up in court. So most famously in Florida, where the Stop Woke Act was kind of, there was a stay put on by Justice Walker. So actually within the Heritage Foundation, Adam Kissel, who's a fellow there, actually created this strategy that basically said, okay, rather than the problem with the divisive concepts bills is they address faculty speech in the classroom, what we need to do is change the institutions, right? And so anti-DEI legislation became this next wave of legislation that came out in 2023, right? There was no anti-DEI bills until 2023, and then there was a whole flood of them that were introduced at the same time, and that was really part of a strategy within right-wing think tanks and a right-wing ecosystem to figure out how to strategically target higher education. And then the attacks on tenure and accreditation have really been designed to weaken the safeguards that have been used to protect external influence in higher education, right? That have been, meant to serve as safeguards against these attacks. And so those attacks on tenure and accreditation are oftentimes wrapped up in this broader project. So what the report does is it looks at these 5 types of legislation. It kind of looks at their interrelated logic and how the bills work, how they evolved, who was behind them. It also then looks at the think tanks. I look at 11 major think tanks, well, some major, some minor think tanks that were kind of behind the kind of war on woke, or the manufactured culture war against higher education. And then what I'll do is I'll look at 3 exhibits. I might skip around depending upon how much time we have, but that kind of demonstrate kind of how this integrated network of think tanks, donors, political activists have really manufactured this broader attack on academic freedom. So in the report, we look at about 150 bills that target higher education specifically. There's about 306 or so academic gag orders that PEN America identifies. 99 of those target a higher education, and just kind of like look at a set of bills and create identify about 150 bills that were conservative attacks to target and weaken higher education in those 3 legislative cycles. And then create this really helpful guide that kind of goes through each bill and examines what kind of aspects it was attempting to change, and also, and when it passed. And one of the things that was really quite shocking was that there's 4 states, Florida, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Texas, were states that had many bills that had been introduced and passed, and that the ways in which these bills were interlocking. So for example, in Florida, House Bill 7 is the Stop Woke Act, but then the other bills that address DEI, Senate Bill 266, that bill referenced the language of what a divisive concept is in that House Bill 7 in the Stop Woke Act. So these bills kind of reinforce each other in order to kind of build upon a legal infrastructure that increasingly puts pressure on higher education. So I think that's really important to think about. Not only are these bills part of a concerted political effort, but that the bills themselves are designed in ways that interlock and reinforce each other. In the report, I then look at kind of 11 of the think tanks that were really central in kind of pushing this legislative attack on higher education. And so I look at national level think tanks like the Manhattan Institute and the Heritage Foundation, were two think tanks that played a really big role in developing model legislation, in providing a kind of, people whose full-time jobs it is to write about how terrible higher education is, how it's hostile to conservative views, how it violates viewpoint diversity, and how we need to fundamentally transform it. And so there's these think tanks that just have focused on higher education. And I think it's really important that, like, higher education for many, many Americans is a low salience issue, right? People don't necessarily think about higher education, and the kind of what it means is not necessarily the top of a lot of people's lives. And what these organizations have done has realized that with a few people whose full-time job it is to focus on higher education and to really drive a national narrative around higher education, you can have profound effects. And again, these think tanks, a lot of them are right-wing, libertarian. Their goal is the privatization of K-12 education, the defunding of higher education, and also replacing higher education that teaches the things that the disciplines and what experts think should be taught with content that they would prefer. In addition to these national think tanks, there's also a number of state level think tanks. Two think tanks in particular, the Idaho Freedom Foundation and the Texas Public Policy Foundation, have played a very, very central role in pushing this legislation in the different states. So, for example, the Idaho Freedom Foundation has a Claremont Institute fellow who's located at the Idaho Freedom Foundation, and they would write state level and institutional level reports. Say, take Texas A&M and look at their budget and look at their DEI staffing and basically say, oh my God, can you believe Texas A&M is so social justice-y and spends all this time and energy on DEI? This is absolutely crazy. And reporting has demonstrated that these very specific, reports that were manufactured within these think tanks played a really profound role in the hands of legislators passing legislation like that in Texas. We also look at a number of organizations that focus specifically on higher education. So the Claremont Institute, ACTA is a really interesting organization, really quite scary, that is focusing on training trustees to dismiss shared governance. So their notion is that trustees are the spokespeople of the state and the government of the democratically elected government, and so therefore they should be the ones who determine who is hired and fired and what universities teach. So they bring in and do trainings with trustees in order to train them in a way of thinking about how the management of college and universities that flies completely contrary to the shared governance principles, and to provide a kind of legal and justificatory infrastructure. The James Martin Center is funded by James Pope, who is the Charles Koch of North Carolina, and that center does a lot of work kind of pushing the UNC system and other states in a kind of a more right-wing direction. So in addition to these 11 think tanks, we demonstrate that they are also tied together by a shared level of donors, that the donors behind them are very similar. And if you've read Jane Mayer's Dark Money or any of the other, excellent research and reporting on kind of right libertarian donor networks, you'll see in this list the who's who of right-wing donors. You'll see Donors Trust, Bradley Searle Foundation, Sarah Scafie. You'll also see the 85 Fund, which is Leonard Leo's outfit, who got $1.6 billion in order to attack the institutions of liberalism, and a bunch of other institutes and or foundations that are really trying to push not just higher education, but push American politics in a right libertarian or right Catholic, the theocratic direction. It's kind of the who's who of donors within that right-wing network. It's also that in addition to sharing a lot of the same donors, that a lot of these think tanks are also part of the State Policy Network. The State Policy Network is a think tanky, as a network of think tanks that was created as a spinoff from the American Legislative Exchange Council. Basically, ALEC was developing model legislation that it wanted to push at the state level, but it didn't have the infrastructure to push it at the state level. So it created the state policy network to basically connect the national organizations like ALEC, Heritage, and Manhattan that are developing model legislations with the state level infrastructure to help push that model legislation at the state a level, heavily funded by the Koch donor network and other donors. And then in addition to many of them being parts of the State Policy Network, a lot of these think tanks are also on the advising board of Project 2025. When I wrote this report in May, when I published it in May, not many people knew what Project 2025 was. And I'm really glad that is becoming a point of realization, but it's not surprising that a lot of these organizations are deeply networked in that way at all. So what does this look like? I've mapped out this kind of integrated network of think tanks that are working at different levels and registers, that are deeply funded, that are working together to drive a kind of culture war, right-wing attack on higher education. So what does that look like in practice? I'll give you one exhibit. So if you look at House Bill 7, the Florida Stop Woke Act, you'll see some sort of a definition of what constitutes a divisive concept. So this is the notion that a divisive concept is something in which students and employees are required to believe any of the following things, and it lists 11 points. And those are things that, like, a member of one race, color, national origin, or sex are morally superior to others, or 2, a person by virtue of his or her race, color, national origin, or sex is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive, et cetera, et cetera. It's like a 11-point list. That's kind of a fever dream of what conservatives think is taking place in college campuses, what critical race theory is. It's kind of like, if you don't do the work to actually understand what a critical understanding of race and gender looks like, and you don't actually do the work of actually understanding what those arguments are, and you don't engage them in good faith, you may be convinced that this is what's taking on in that classroom, especially if you have another set of ideas or worldviews that you would prefer were normalized. And so they've kind of created this 11-point definition of what constitutes a divisive concept. This definition, or very close iterations of it, are found in about 80% of the divisive concepts bills. So of the 99 divisive concept bills that were introduced, about 80% of them have language that is almost identical and includes some variation of these points. Where did that come from? That's very strange, right? That you have 99 bills that are introduced over the course of 3 years that all have very similar language. Well, it comes from a very particular place, right? That is, Chris Rufo, who you probably heard of, is a person whose entire career is based on this right-wing think tank infrastructure. We would not know who he is. We would not think about him. We would not care about him if it wasn't for the fact that he was platformed on a lot of the think tanks that are reported on in this report. But during the Black Lives Matter protests during the summer of 2020, he was becoming deeply concerned that his preferred partisan position, which is kind of a radical libertarian position, was losing out to the language that was literally taking to the streets, right? During the summer of 2020, about 6 to 10% of adult Americans had participated in Black Lives Matter protests, right? That protests had taken place in more than 40% of counties across the United States, including many that were in primarily white counties, and that the language of structural racism and analysis of the long-lasting history of slavery, how it continues to affect us in the present, these were becoming normalized and adopted, and people were understanding them in very real ways. And more importantly, were demanding that their institutions, be they schools or government or the corporations that they work for, or their churches, or all kinds of institutions they're a part of, take up that analysis and be part of the effort, the anti-racist politics, right? And this was really scaring the crap out of Chris Rufo and others like him, because the radical libertarian argument that they have, that we are responsible for our own wealth, our own health, our own well-being, and that we need to pull ourselves up from the bootstraps, et cetera, comes into conflict with this this notion of structural racism. You can't believe that we are only products of our own utility maximization and our personal choices if you also believe that race is structured by, you know, generations and generations of violence. So what happens is Chris Rufo was really distraught. He saw him and his allies losing out in the kind of rhetorical and political sphere. And so he basically tried out a bunch of things, and he landed upon critical race theory. He told the reporter Benjamin Wallace Wells that he realized that critical race theory could become the perfect villain. And the reason is that people don't like things that are critical. They don't like talking about race, and they don't like theory. They like things that are practical and not theoretical. So you have in one term something that most people aren't generally attracted to, right? And then you can just take any conversation about race in America and just call it critical race theory, right? You can just bring in everything, scoop it up, and call it critical race theory. And so he went on this spree where he wrote a bunch of blog posts based on trainings that were taking place in cities across the country, and wrote a bunch of irate posts, including at the publication of the Manhattan Institute, that caught the attention of Fox News, where he went on and railed on Tucker Carlson's show about the evils of critical race theory and the need for an executive order to stop it. President Trump was, of course, watching that, reached out to Rufo. Rufo came to the White House and worked with Russ Vought, who was the director of the Office of Management and Budget at the time. And with Rufo's assistant, Russ Vought, wrote the executive order combating race and sex as stereotyping, of which included that 12-part or that 11-point definition, right? And then Russ Vought left the White House and joined Center for Renewing America. The Center for Renewing America is a kind of it's a project. It's kind of a funded entity of the Conservative Partnership Institute. The Conservative Partnership Institute is a think tank that funds kind of the Trump White House in waiting. So it has everybody, Stephen Miller and Cleta Mitchell, the lawyer that was the election denial, a lawyer, Mark Meadows, and others are housed at the Conservative Partnership Institute. The Center for Renewing America was kind of a project of the Conservative Partnership Institute, funded by many of the same donors, and was focusing primarily on issues of higher education, and turned this executive order that Russ Vought had written and turned it into model legislation. So then if you look at the executive order, if you look at the Citizens for Renewing America model bill, and you look at Florida's House Bill 7, you see the kind of continuing similarities from executive order to model bill to legislation. And then, of course, when Ron DeSantis signed the Stop Woke Act, right, standing at his left hand was Christopher Rufo. So that's kind of one exhibit of how this dense network of think tanks and well-funded partisans have worked together to really fundamentally transform the narrative about what higher education is, what it can be, or what it should be. Another exhibit is the attack on DEI. And what happened is the Manhattan Institute, Chris Rufo and others, Ilya Shapiro and Matt Breitenberg at the Goldwater Institute, which is another one of those kind of state level dark money funded think tanks that's located in Arizona. They worked together to put together this package of model bills that seek to undermine DEI infrastructure. A lot of the bills that came out of that were passed followed this model legislation pretty closely, including in Texas. So Senate Bill 17 in Texas, which abolishes the DEI offices, was based on the Manhattan Institute model legislation. It was taken up by the Public Policy Foundation, which really pushed the bill. It was based on that Idaho Freedom Foundation report that I mentioned at the beginning, that kind of really examined Texas A&M and other Texas schools and examined their DEI infrastructure and criticized it and chastised it based on flimsy ground. And then when hundreds of people came out or signed up to testify against it or submitted a written testimony against it, there was only a small handful, maybe 5 or 6, I forget the exact number, of people who came out to defend it. And if you look kind of right across the front there, a lot of them are, you know, a Republican politician, I think is Ben Carson, if I remember, a member, Christina Sylvester, who's from the Texas Public Policy Foundation, and Adam Kissel, who's a fellow at the Texas Public Policy Foundation and at the Heritage Foundation. And so you get this kind of like only a very, very small handful of people come out to advocate in favor of this bill in opposition to a Democratic uprising against it. And all of them are part of this broader political, grifty right-wing think tank infrastructure. So that's the second exhibit. And the third exhibit is just kind of a hodgepodge of kind of like some examples that have happened since. And this may help kind of with the why should we care about it in New York, which is a point that Afshan really primed us for, right? Is that this language has fundamentally changed the way in which higher education is thought about in the general public. So even if, you know, there's not legislation in New York, we still have to confront or address the fact that many, many people in the public think that what we teach is some fever dream version of critical race theory. They think that we are brainwashing our students. They think that DEI has run amok and is forcing students to do things that they wouldn't otherwise do and say things that they wouldn't otherwise say. And that's a narrative that has millions and millions and millions of dollars and dozens of institutions that have really been on the vanguard of pushing that narrative into the public and have done so very successfully. So even if we don't have the legislation in our states, we see the backdrops. But on top of that, there's also these same entities are involved in lots of things that affect us very personally. So Chris Rufo and his colleagues have been behind the weaponized research harassment, where they're using plagiarism software to go back at primarily Black women scholars, many at Harvard, who make these accusations about the quality of their research. They were the ones who did the plagiarism test on Claudine's gay work and identified that she had so-called plagiarized, and then push that using their connections, push that into the mainstream media, and outlets like the New York Times just ate it up and ran with it, not realizing that it was part of exactly the same political infrastructure. There's been since October 7th, there's been a doubling down on accusations of anti-Semitism. So one of the just one example of this is one of the fellows at Heritage Foundation, his name is Mike Gonzalez, was writing every week about CRT, DEI, isn't this crazy? Terrible example. And then after October 7th, after Chris Rufo sent out a tweet that said, we need to tie Hamas and DEI together and to make it a villain, Mike Gonzalez basically doubled down and basically argued that Black Lives Matter protests were extensions of Hamas, that just kind of created all of this crazy hyperbolic narrative about the protests and really started demonizing higher education. So the narrative shifted. Now, instead of using the language of CRT, was using the language of anti-Semitism. It was just like pumping out a bunch of reporting and or columns and whatnot that were making these kinds of accusations. For those in New York, the defamation trucks, or what some people call the doxing trucks, they were funded by Accuracy in Media, which is an organization that is deeply connected by exactly the same donors, the same subset of donors is behind Accuracy in Media, which is like a right-wing provocateur, kind of similar to like James O'Keefe kind of Project Veritas stuff, but they were behind these defamation trucks. In this past week, the Heritage Foundation has released a number of college guides going state by state and showing which colleges are kind of have merit, and how they define merit is based on whether they have right-wing centers on them. And so whether students can get a diversity of opinion, and these are targeted at parents. So the idea is that you would send this out to parents, and parents can then decide not to send their students to certain colleges and universities because they don't have like right-wing academic centers on their college campuses. And then American Enterprise Institute this year, or this week, released, or maybe it was last week, I don't remember, they all kind of blur together these days, was basically put out a plan to target professional associations that make public statements, making the claim that professional associations should not make public statements. And if they do make public statements, then states should pass laws preventing public institutions from using research funding to allow their students to, or their faculty to attend those professional associations. So again, like kind of attacking the profession in general. And that's kind of something that we're only going to see ramping up in the next legislative cycle. So I'm happy to talk more and all of that. I realize that was kind of a lot in a short time. I'm happy. I think the upshot is we need to be thinking about this broad political culture war attack in a systemic way, right? And to think about who the players are, and in doing so, be able to think strategically about how to intervene. And I'll throw a link to the report in the chat here. So.
Thank you so much, Isaac. And I'll add to that, you know, it's not just coordinated at the national level, and the Florida report hinted at this a little bit. I know, Isaac, you've talked about it. There's so much overlap in terms of certain global right-wing movements. So if you look at the language of Viktor Orban, if you look at the language and initiatives of Modi in India, there is a lot of overlap between the initiatives that are being proposed here, the language that is being used. It is taken sometimes straight out of the language that these other leaders are also using in other parts of the world. The other thing I'll say as an introductory comment, and then open it up to all of you, is really emphasizing something that Isaac has taken us through with this presentation, how the argument and the packaging shifts, right? Like the goal and the agendas remain the same, but the right wing is very good at repackaging their message and energizing like new movement toward their goal. So as Isaac mentioned, October 7th proved to be like something that they mobilized around so well, using this framing of fighting anti-Semitism. And the House Committee is a perfect example of that. And I know I mentioned it earlier this morning, but if you look at the opening statements made by the House Committee members, or the various like subcommittees that the House Committee has, and I spend a lot of time looking at their statements and actually analyzing it for like content, you will now see that they directly say that anti-Semitism on our campuses is caused, they say, is caused by a study of race. Right? That critical race theory and studies of race and studies of inequality directly lead to anti-Semitism on our campus. So their agenda and their goal is still what it was when they went after CRT, when they went after DEI, when they, you know, talked about indoctrination, and they just keep taking newer things as they happen and developing new movement around their idea through repackaging those ideas, and they do it really well. Thank you. We'll take questions or comments. Yes, Mary Rose.
Isaac, thank you so much for this amazingly informative presentation. And I've already downloaded the report and I will definitely be reading it. I'm wondering if you have any sort of concrete suggestions for us in terms of how we can begin to counteract these new frames, because I do see them, right, having a lot, especially this new anti-Semitism framing of anti-Semitism, which is really counterintuitive to me anyway. Do you have any suggestions for how we deal with that in our conversations on our campuses? And then maybe at a state level, I mean, because, right, I mean, this is happening in New York State, maybe not in our legislature, right, but certainly on some of our campuses, this money is there. In terms of activism, what we could do.
Mm-hmm. It's a great question. I think, I mean, and this goes back to what the point that Afshan said that I think is really important, is that the fundamental goal remains the same, right? The fundamental goal is to delegitimize public institutions of all kind, K-12, higher education, in order to both defund them and also to be able to co-opt them and control them, right? And so if you have an institution that's reeling because it's been accused of anti-Semitism or is accused of being hostile to conservative views, then it's weak such that donors can have greater influence over it, that people coming in and say, what you need is a school of civic discourse that we organize, right? That's basically part of it is weakening these political institutions, or not these academic institutions, in order to then be able to occupy them and determine the content that's produced within, or have a greater role in producing the content. So I think it's really important, as Afshan points out, to look at the narrative shifts, right? So this report, Manufacturing Backlash, is based on my book called Free Speech and Coke Money, that looks at the campus free speech conflicts of 2017, 2018, 2019, when Milo Yiannopoulos, Ben Shapiro, et cetera, were coming to campuses, causing a lot of uproar. They were being protested. And then there's this whole wave of kind of right-wing hysteria about, like, oh my God, can you believe these students are shutting down these speakers? This is the worst thing that's ever happened in higher education. And this became like a massive talking point about, you know, how students shouting down speakers was an existential threat to higher education. And the book kind of demonstrates the kind of political infrastructure that was behind that, you know, that the provocateurs, their entire careers were funded by these donors, the student groups that brought them to campus, the legal groups that sued schools for not allowing them on, funded by the same people, right? So when the critical race theory stuff happened, I was like, wait a minute, this sounds really familiar, right? And then likewise, when the anti-Semitism stuff is like, oh, this sounds really familiar. So I think that what we have to do a better job of is, by understanding the broader infrastructure, is to be able to both approach these issues with starting from, I don't have a concept yet, I'm still working on it, but something like an ethic of cynical skepticism or something like that, right? When something that not many people are talking about, like critical race theory, you know, there's a number of scholars and students who are talking about it in very particular locations. When that instantly jump rails and becomes like a national discourse overnight, and not because of a mass movement, but because some other reason, right? Then it's really important that we stop and say, okay, what's the political infrastructure? And then as a strategy to then make that infrastructure the argument, right? And to be able to do it in real time. The problem with critical race theory, that discourse, was that people responded by saying, well, that's not what critical race theory actually is. They treated Christopher Rufo as a good faith interlocutor, that they were trying to change his mind and the mind of a broader public about what critical race theory actually was, right? And I think that we need to get to the point where we're able to identify how this infrastructure is shifting its packaging and shifting its terms, respond to that in real time, and to make that the story, right? Here are the people who are disseminating this idea, here's who they are, and this is why you shouldn't trust what they're saying. And that's easier when we start off by saying, wait a minute, this smells fishy to me, right? This is something that doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
And so I think that's one concrete suggestion is as a rapid response, follow the money, follow the infrastructure in real time. The other thing is if we understand that these are all aimed at delegitimizing higher education, that our job is to fundamentally explain the value of higher education. And I think that something that's coming out of the work of the center is really thinking about doing that through emphasizing what is lost when you have the tax on academic freedom, right? So one thing that was really palpable to me kind of early last spring was just kind of realizing that Stephen Slida being pushed out of the university now a decade or more ago, and just thinking that seemed like an incident in, on one campus, one person. And then to just think about if Stephen Slida had had that position, have been able to train graduate students, write books, create institutions, have a conversation about Palestine might be different today. But also to think about kind of what happens if we kind of really put a human face on what is the face of this repression? Who is it that's being censored? Who is it being the victim of this harassment, and what is being lost because of it, right? And I think that a lot of the stories that the right-wing infrastructure makes a lot of hay about, you don't have to scratch that far below the surface to find out that it's much more complicated than that. Like sometimes, like we would all prefer that a certain Facebook page wasn't made, but it's still oftentimes like taking out of context and deeply distorted, or a congressional representative saying, can you believe this person published that article and it was terrible and anti-Semitic? And then you look at it and you're like, well, if you actually read it, it's like, well, okay, I think we can reasonably disagree about what this is and what the argument is. And so just trying to really, like not back away from those fights and really demonstrate the importance of the work of higher education, and to really, I think, create powerful stories about what is being lost in this backlash. Like, who are the students in Texas that are leaving the academy because there's not the DEI support, right? Who are the faculty that are fleeing Florida because they now live in a hostile environment? Who are the amazing teachers that are leaving the profession? And also the other side of that is in places that have strong academic freedom protections, being very clear, like this is the kind of work that was done because this professor had these kinds of institutional supports, right? And to kind of really kind of humanize that story in order to communicate to the public what the work of academic freedom does, and what this type of legislation is actually designed to eradicate. The good work that this legislation is actually designed to eradicate.
Yeah.
It's a great question. What that looks like practically is, that's the organizing question, but I think kind of at the high level, that's. Yeah.
Well, maybe I can add a little bit to that on the practical level, especially for small campuses. What has struck me, and again, Isaac has mentioned this in his presentation, right? How the rhetoric and language of the far right gets mainstreamed so that so-called liberal outlets also start to use that same language, whether intentionally or not, it ends up creating a self-fulfilling prophecy around this idea of the liberal academy, and they don't want conservative voices, because when you start to counter that claim, it's like, well, see, this is what we're talking about. You don't want to hear conservative voices. And so once the language gets mainstreamed, how it affects our campuses, I think, and Isaac has heard me say this before, we need to pay attention to policy changes on our campuses. And one such place where we're going to see the effects of that on our campuses are Title VI policies right now. And we're already starting to see that. So if you haven't, and sometimes these policies are outside of faculty control, right? They'll say, well, this is HR, this is DEI, this is a dean purview, this is not something that faculty vote on. So these policies can change on some campuses without you knowing that they've been changed.
Yeah.
If you go and look at what those revisions are, or what the revisions are that they're trying to make, it will actually strike you. It's horrifying to me. I keep using that word. It's horrifying to me how much of this language that Isaac is pointing to has been replicated into those policies on our campuses, right? So if you're not paying attention to those policy changes on your campus, you're not going to have those protections in place when the time comes that you have a case on your campus that needs protection of strong policies. So while, and this goes back to our earlier discussion, like while these seem to be things that are happening out there, the ripple effect that this language has now been mainstreamed does come back to our own campuses, and it starts to change the policies that affect us.
Yeah, that's right.
Laura.
Thanks so much. Thanks for this excellent presentation and this discussion. You mentioned, Isaac, efforts maybe to try to impose, did you say civic discourse or civil discourse? And it just prompted me to think about the fact, I'm actually just going to I'm just going to copy the language in the chat. Our college, Texas Community College, is part of the SUNY system. And SUNY recently went through a general education revision a few years ago and implemented a new requirement in diversity, equity, inclusion, and social justice, which is, seemed like a great thing, assuming it's going to be implemented in a robust way. And now we just learned very recently that there's this new proposal coming from the chancellor, which, as a historian and as my political science colleagues, we think this is great, that I just put in the chat, which says, and let me just go back to where I can read it here, this new proposed competency in civic discourse and democracy, which was originally kind of announced as civil discourse, to ensure students are provided opportunities to learn how to engage in dialogue for their preparation as contributors to and participants in civic life, and to secure the future health of our democracy. And again, we thought, well, this seems like great if it's really coming through shared governance, not just from the top down, and we can implement it meaningfully, that students will have a more robust experience in history and political science and so on. But I'm just wondering, based on what you said, could this, and actually a colleague had mentioned this to me, and now combining with what you'd said, that they wondered, it sounds great, but could it actually be kind of a response to backlash that they're getting about the diversity, equity, inclusion, social justice requirement?
That's a great question. That's a really great question. I think that it's a good example where the devil is in the details, right? And so the language of civic discourse is something that there's lots of different people who are using that language for lots of different reasons, right? It's kind of this neutral term that kind of has a lots of different content, right? I think that it has become increasingly popular in the last few years, kind of based on this notion that that campuses have not been good places to have civic discourse, right? I would argue that narrative has been heavily pushed by the right wing, right? That notion that higher education, that students are feeling unwelcome, or that higher education has been, that there's this huge crisis, I think is overstated. And you can look at different polls, and the interpretations of the polls are really difficult. Some of those polls are kind of created by kind of partisan groups to demonstrate that colleges are a kind of hostile to certain views, or that people can't express their own viewpoints. So but there has been this narrative that may have a grain of truth to it. It may be true, but has definitely been pushed by certain partisans as part of the process of delegitimizing the university and making the argument for greater the language of viewpoint diversity, right? The language of viewpoint diversity very much being like, the ideas that we would prefer aren't being taught on college campuses, and therefore we should have a curriculum that is open to more viewpoints, right? And a lot of that has to do with the fact that a lot of the viewpoints that the certain donors and operatives would prefer are those that have been kind of delegitimized through scholarly work, right? That there are only two genders, right? That that race is biological as opposed to socially constructed, that structural racism exists. Like, these are arguments that have kind of won in the academy, right? That slavery continues to have a profoundly important role shaping contemporary society, et cetera. Like, these are ideas that have become that have kind of that are not the preferred ideas. And so the language of viewpoint diversity being like, oh my gosh, now I can't unapologetically say that America is a God-given perfect country with no flaws, right? And is a beacon of freedom and to the world, right? And yet viewpoint diversity is a way of saying, well, you know, you can criticize America, I still want to have a kind of American exceptionalist perspective, right? So that language, and then so I mean, I'm getting a little bit off topic here, but I think that the way that the language of civic discourse gets used is kind of exists in that kind of sticky question of what is this actually a problem, right? That civic discourse doesn't exist on campus. If it, I mean, I would imagine that there's some campuses that do this great, some that do it less great, right? But oftentimes what civic discourse means is it's based on this idea of like, okay, then we'll bring people together to have hard conversations, right? And the whole kind of critique that critical race theory and advocates of DEI say is that no, you actually have to positively create the infrastructures that make marginalized communities feel safe on campus. And that isn't like sitting around in a soiree sharing ideas among people who, you know, the assumption is that they are, you know, good faith actors or that they're interested in your issues, right? We actually have to actively create space. And so civic discourse can kind of mean lots of different things. The example that I was using, however, is from like North Carolina. I think there's an example where you go into the details, and it's really, and I covered this in the report, where it's really cynical the way that this language is being used. So basically, ACTA, the organization that I talked about that trains trustees, they met with the UNC trustees and basically pointed out that they didn't have a leadership and kind of Western Civ kind of center or school. And so the trustees basically created the College of Governance, of Leadership and Civic something, right? Outside of shared governance, outside of any demand for what was outside of any sense of where this would fit in the curriculum. It was kind of expanding a program that was donor driven to start with, like a donor had met and kind of created this kind of small program, and then this bill kind of turned it into this large, or it wasn't a bill, it was the trustees kind of turned it into a school. And so basically kind of overnight, this thing landed on college campus that faculty wasn't asked for, right? They didn't want it. It replicated a lot of the stuff that was already being taught in actual disciplines, right? And the chair or the vice chair like actually went on Fox News and admitted that it was to kind of counter the lefty bias at UNC, right? So it was very clear that that was put on campus as a way to respond to the directions that the disciplinary and scholarship had kind of pushed that were taking place on college campus, and this was intended as a way to inject different kinds of ideas that the donors and trustees preferred onto college campuses, right? So that would be an example of kind of how that language of civic discourse is being used to justify greater intervention. That doesn't mean that language that we should always be that's true in all cases. But I do think that, you know, an ethic of cynical skepticism would be to start by asking that question, right? Who was the dean? Like, well, first of all, did this go through faculty governance and shared governance? Was this the result of interest among faculty? If not, who was the dean in conversation, or who was responsible for this shift, and who were they in conversation with? What is the language they're using to justify it? What are the assumptions that are built into that need to justify? And is it, you know, is it like if the goal is we are getting pressure from wealthy donors or from alumni or from politicians to fold up or to kind of counter the DEI stuff or to kind of lessen it and to emphasize civic discourse instead of the DEI stuff, then that is a direct example of external interference in the curriculum. That doesn't mean that that's what's taking place, right? But I think that it's the right question to ask.
I'll also add that there are other examples of that. And at the University of Florida, there's the Hamilton Center, which was established as a direct result of this kind of pressure, and also framed it as a center that was going to be about civic discourse and you know, very much about like democracy and all of that. And so I do think there is a need to be skeptical of these kinds of terms right now, because of how they're being used, in the same way as Isaac, you mentioned that viewpoint diversity was used and mobilized really effectively to completely undermine searches for deans of equity and inclusion. So if you go back a couple of years and start reading these ads for hiring deans of equity and inclusion, when that was, you know, not as threatened as it is now, what had already happened because of this pressure was even your small liberal arts colleges in the Northeast were now including, like, cultivating viewpoint diversity as part of the job of a dean of equity and inclusion, right? Again, not understanding that this is exactly the kind of language that is going to undermine the work of a dean of equity and inclusion. So there are some really devious ways that these terms have snuck into our terminology on campuses, and I would be really cautious. And it's also the way that sociology was removed from the gen ed requirement in Florida in favor of courses that better fit the civic studies requirement or something. They were like, sociology doesn't fit that. We need, you know, Western Civ. We need just straight up history. So I would be, as you are, suspicious perhaps of that. Roxanne.
Hi, I'm sorry for staying off camera, but I'm Roxanne Shirazi. I'm from the City University of New York Graduate Center. I am faculty in the library. I'm also a member of the AAUP National Committee T. So hello, everyone. And thank you, Isaac, for the presentation. I did see it at the national conference, and I was eager to see it again because it's so interesting, and I think it lays out how well that it's a concerted, well-funded, well-organized effort, but I think also of a minority. And I think that this fact, I brought up being a librarian because I hear it, and I know that we're all aware of, you know, the attacks on higher education, as well as the attacks on K through 12 education, and through this whole period, the attacks on public libraries. And librarians outside of academic institutions have been faced with immense, same thing, well-funded, same people. And I think there's been a recognition that it is a minority, and there are a couple of organizations that have done very good work and are trying to get more out on the offensive of aligning with the majority of library users, patrons, you know, communities who don't know how to do anything to fight this, who don't know how to get involved. And I feel that we need similar, obviously, with higher education. But I'm thinking of organizations like Every Library and For the People. A lot of what we work in the sphere of intellectual freedom, which is, you know, aligned with academic freedom here. So I guess I'm bringing those up to get everyone thinking about how we might work with the academic librarians on the campuses. Because we're kind of a foot in both worlds, right? I'm not a public librarian, we're not public librarians, but it is our lives that we're organizing around here. So thinking about how to get people who live in our neighborhoods, who, you know, students, alumni, people who want the universities to be able to teach, right? And don't want this version that's being forced down. So how can we educate people how to get involved, how universities work? You know, I'm a parent to two high schoolers. They, you know, people have no idea how universities work, the role of faculty, what shared governance is. So some very basic outreach on just how these things happen. I guess, thank you for your work. I'll stop talking.
Great, that's awesome. First of all, that's an amazing compliment that you, on a beautiful Saturday like this, you would sit through this presentation for a second time. So I really appreciate that. That's very flattering. I think that that's really important, that this is a minoritarian movement. We have to, like, on the one hand, like, it's easy to emphasize the infrastructure and the money and to get really kind of depressed about it. But they've only been able to change the discourse in the way they have because this incredible amount of money and this incredible amount of resources and institutional infrastructure that they built over decades, and would not exist if they were dependent upon a membership organization, right? There's not going to be a membership organization that could push this kind of hate in the same way that these organizations have been able to. And that's why, like, it really is an organized backlash that's trying to reinstate hierarchy, right? What people have seen in the Black Lives Matter protests, in greater queer and trans visibility, in the demand that we have accurate teaching of American history, right, is that those are efforts that are taken up by the people, by the majority, right? And that in order to push those back in, you know, in order to suppress those, and all of those movements are radical critiques of hierarchy, right? And if your politics is about reinforcing hierarchy so that you can justify your obscene wealth, then you will invest the resources in order to create the infrastructure to justify and reinforce a hierarchy. And I think that just remembering that that's minoritarian is absolutely important. In fact, I should start all presentations that way instead, right? Instead of the shock and awe of, like, can you believe this is happening? And then when you realize that it's minoritarian, then exactly, there's that, who else, that broad public, there's a broad public out there. And that's really at the heart of the work of the Center for the Defense of Academic Freedom, is thinking about, you know, in a way, librarians have, it's not called academic freedom, but the logic is very similar, right? Here are experts who are really well trained in how to decide what goes into a library, what programming, what books are on the shelves, right? And have a kind of deep understanding and are experts in making those kinds of very complicated and influential decisions, right? And then you have partisans who would prefer that they're making other decisions and are trying to intimidate them and coerce them. So in a way, drawing that kind of broader public alliance between librarians, K-12 educators, higher education, and kind of articulating the particular version of academic freedom that plays out in higher education, but that there are elements of the logic of what academic freedom is that are much more universal, and that has to do with the respect for, you know, for experts and the respect for those who, you know, are in the positions of making these hard decisions, and to really valorize that work and to valorize, you know, as part of what it means to be in a functioning democracy, right? You don't want some Yahoo Moms for Liberty moron deciding what's on the shelves in a public library, because, you know, that's going to be not good for democracy. It's not going to be good for the majority of people. So I think that absolutely. And I hadn't thought about that idea of academic librarians drawing that connection between public librarians. And I think that's really brilliant. I'm writing your name down. I'm going to follow up with you. Thank you, Roxanne.
He's writing your name down. All right, who else do we have? Yes, Ellen. Ellen, your audio's off.
Hi, Isaac, I'm so glad that you are working through kind of selling academic freedom to the unwashed masses, as it were. And I'm just wondering how you're going to do it. In other words, you can sort of conceptualize, and I'm sure that it was a wonderful discussion that you had whenever it was recently. I wish you had sort of invited people from the outside maybe, or at least even from Committee A, to take part. But I'm also curious about what kinds of plans or strategies or institutional resources are you thinking about to get that message out?
Yeah, that's a great question, Ellen. Thanks so much. We're thinking about kind of 3 different types of things that we're doing. The first one is research, right? To research the phenomenon. And that can sound kind of unimportant or kind of, you know, like that we're in this kind of historic moment of crisis and therefore we should be doing something, right? But we really think that it's important to really also be providing the foundational research. So in the way that this report then has served as a basis for a number of talks and op-eds and a number of kind of public facing work. We're also interested, for example, there's one fellow who's creating a database of the number of people who've been sanctioned because of their speech on Gaza, Palestine, right? That's a number that doesn't exist right now. Like we don't have a clear sense of what the universe of, you know, is, and that's research that needs to be done. And so we're also interested in looking at, for example, collective bargaining contracts and how academic freedom has been written into collective bargaining contracts, and writing up a report that kind of looks at that issue and kind of, you know, so there's a number of kind of like primary research questions that we need to like dive into in order to think about kind of what is the evolving threats and what are possible places to have positive returns. We're also creating a series of kind of toolkits that can be like kind of used by people who are involved in this work. So for example, you know, like I've gotten a lot of questions about people who've been targeted by FOIA requests. So we put together kind of a primer on FOIA requests that will be on the website shortly. So if you are facing a FOIA request, here's some tools. We're working with a group at George Washington that created a whole toolkit about how to respond to targeted harassment. And we'll be putting that up on the website as well. So just to be kind of a go-to place in order to kind of get very practical resources that faculty can use, but also trustees and alumni, whoever's interested. So very practical work. And then we also have this kind of broader kind of public relations aspect as well. So a number of the fellows, you know, have experience, you know, writing op-eds and writing public-facing work. There's a journalist, John Warner, who writes at Inside Higher Ed and has is one of the fellows and is kind of helping with kind of broadcasting and of the work of the center in a broader way. And also, part of that too is to reach out to other organizations. So we are going to, for example, contact professional organizations and say, you know, here's who we are. We're a resource. You know, here are some of the materials that we have. We're happy to come to, you know, the professional association and talk about these issues, right? And so the goal is to both like producing content that can be useful, but to also building the networks and connections, you know, that kind of, when somebody says, oh, you know, there's this bill that's going on in my state, or my colleague is the victim of targeted harassment, maybe the center becomes the go-to place or a go-to place for resources to help address that. So the really exciting part of the grant too is there's the center, but then there's also a campaign for the public good, which is the Mellon Grant has a chunk of money that's set aside for a kind of a public relations kind of strategy to work with media consultants to develop a strategy of how do you articulate this notion of academic freedom to a wide audience and to bring in people who really understand media landscapes. And so we're having these academic conversations about, you know, like, for example, how to have an anti-deficit understanding of academic freedom, right? So instead of seeing academic freedom as this thing, this precious thing that needs to be defended, what does it mean to talk about academic freedom as essential for social flourishing, right? That's a very different way to talk about academic of freedom. So, and or to talk about what does it mean to have a student-centered understanding of academic freedom, right? Instead of a faculty-centered or a tenured faculty-centered, like what would a student-centered articulation of academic freedom look like? And so we're kind of like playing out these ideas and having these conversations, and then, but there's also this idea that can then be part of a conversation with media consultants and professionals to figure out how to best communicate that to a public audience. So we're still in the early phases, but I think that where it's going now, I'm quite excited that that's the goal. I mean, you're absolutely right. This is not like a bunch of people talking to ourselves. That's not the goal. And the goal is to be as inclusive and as possible. And I think definitely we'll be reaching out to Committee A. I think Ronna and I have been in talk about coming to the next meeting, and that's something that, you know, as Todd talks about, like the AAUP is shifting, the leadership, the staffing, you know, all of that stuff has kind of meant that the rollout of the center has kind of taken some twists and turns. But I think that kind of a more consolidated, kind of clear leadership, internal organization, I'm definitely committed for the center not to be some sort of kind of free roaming thing that's going on over there, but to be deeply responsive to the work of the AAUP and working, you know, in close collaboration. Like if there's things that we can do that Committee A can't do, but would be helpful if the center did, if there's research that you want that a fellow might be able to do, or that we could, if there's messaging, I'm in close contact with Kelly Benjamin about how to get certain messaging out into the public. So the goal is to become a resource that's deeply integrated as effectively as possible and as inclusively as possible with the rest of the AAUP. So,
Thank you, Isaac. We are past time. Right, this session ended at noon. Sally, is that right? Yes. All right. I don't see any more hands up. Sally, would you like to, thank you so much, Isaac, for that incredible presentation and for taking questions from us and answering them at great length for us. Sally, are there any instructions for us before we take a short break?
Yeah, we're going to take about a half an hour, which I know doesn't seem nearly enough. Although I'm given the morning program, I'm actually excited about coming back for the afternoon. This has been, Isaac, that was incredible. Todd's presentation was incredible. I've learned so much and taken pages and pages of notes, and we've got lots of good work to do ahead of us. So, Afshan, thank you so much for moderating this morning. You did a fantastic job. And really happy for everybody that was here and stuck through it. You can leave, you can stay in the room, just, you know, dump your cameras if you want, or whatever you want to do. And we will meet back here promptly at 12:30. So you got a little less than a half an hour, maybe a few minutes later. We build in a little bit of wiggle room here, but make sure you get something to drink and to eat, and feel free to join us back, and you can eat while we finish, and we've got a great afternoon program set up for you. So see you soon.
great.
Thank you all. I'm leaving you for today, but have a good rest of the day here. It
Thank you
was
so much.
great to meet you all. Thank you.
All right, I'd like to welcome everybody back to the second half of the Fall New York State Conference, of the AAUP Conference. And we have a really great lineup this afternoon of presenters, and an equally powerful moderator, Rebecca Carl, who is here from NYU. And since I just sent her the email, I'm going to publicly announce that we just approved their chapter's chapter development grant application. So there's one of the benefits of being part of the AAUP and the state conferences is that we offer, you know, some additional benefits and help where we can. So congratulations to your chapter. So Rebecca, I am gonna just, let's see, where's my, hang on. Put this aside when we have some lunch. Let me give you just a little bit of background on Rebecca. Rebecca teaches history at NYU in New York. Her latest book is entitled China's Revolution in the Modern World, A Brief Interpretive History. She is president of the NYU chapter of the AAUP, a member of NYU chapter of the Faculty and Staff for Justice in Palestine, and co-founder of the Critical China Scholars Collective. And I asked Rebecca if she would be interested in moderating this, because I think her background and experience make her a perfect person to do that. So thank you, Rebecca. And with that, I will turn it over to you to announce our first speaker for the afternoon, which is Ellen.
Hi, thanks. Thanks for that, and thank you for approving our money request. That's important. We have actually just expanded by over in the past several months. We've just gotten at least 50 new members. So that's where the crisis always has the silver lining of making people aware of the AUP and the necessity to join and be part of a larger national level organization such as the AUP. But so welcome to this afternoon's panel. Our large topic for today, as we know, has been and remains the ways in which higher education is under attack nationally and specifically in New York State as well. These attacks, as we know, have been designed to undermine the last decade's gains in diversity and equity, as well as being aimed to reorganize how we educate and think about the past, the present, and our possible futures. As we know, the attacks are not new, but the intensity and coordination with which they now are being pursued is astonishing. And the success they are finding among university administrators locally and nationally is almost unbelievable. That's why we should despair, but also come together and work together to push back. And so to orient us this afternoon through these issues, as well as whatever other issues they're going to bring up, we have some really wonderful speakers. And I would just ask Ellen, whomever is not speaking, please mute yourselves when you're not speaking. But so our first speaker for today is Ellen Schrecker, who is a retired professor of history at Yeshiva University, and who serves on the steering committee of Historians for Peace and Democracy. Ellen is phenomenally well known as a scholar of McCarthyism, political repression, and of American higher education. Her latest book is co-edited with Valerie Johnson and Jennifer Youth, and it's entitled The Right to Learn: Resisting the Right-Wing War on Academic Freedom. And among some of her more important works from the past are The Lost Promise: American Universities in the 1960s, Many Are the Crimes: McCarthyism in America, and No Ivory Tower: McCarthyism and the Universities. So Ellen, over to you. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Rebecca. It's good to see you here, and congratulations on getting a grant. Well, as you know, I have written a lot about McCarthyism in higher education and academic freedom. And so since the 21st century began, whenever there seems to be some kind of political threat to universities, I begin to get a whole bunch of calls or emails, as the case may be. I'm asked, how does what's happening today compare with what happened during McCarthyism? Well, I'm a trained historian who cares about context and nuance, and I usually answer, well, it depends. These days, however, there's no more nuance. It's worse, much, much worse. But in order to make that comparison, we need to look at both what's happening today and at the McCarthy era. And in both eras, what we're seeing is organized networks of witch hunters, aggressive, unscrupulous right-wing ideologues and their allies, all the groups and individuals that Isaac talked about this morning, those guys who are attacking universities as part of a broader movement to eliminate dissent. But what are these witch hunters trying to accomplish? In both eras, they've engaged in a highly partisan political campaign with strong connections to right-wing Republican politicians at the national level. And in both eras, this campaign sought to eliminate the influence of progressive ideas and institutions within American society. And unfortunately, all too often they succeeded. They did this by creating a largely falsified but vaguely plausible portrayal of an unpopular institution that was threatening American society and its traditional culture. And in both eras, the witch hunters have manipulated that image as a way to gain political power and to divert attention from their real goals. So let's begin with McCarthyism. That anti-communist repression that we call McCarthyism became central to American domestic politics as part of the Republican Party's attempt to roll back the New Deal in the late 1940s. But as the surprise victory of Harry Truman in the 1948 election showed, the American voters weren't buying it. So the Republican leaders and their allies, mainly people in a right-wing network of professional anti-communists, with FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover leading the way, pushed an absurdly falsified scenario that accused the Democratic administration of being, quote unquote, soft on communism, and thus letting Soviet agents undermine America's efforts in the Cold War. That was obviously not the case. The Democrats were just as antagonistic to communism as the GOP. And like the Republicans, they subscribed to a highly demonized view of the American Communist Party and its power. Now, that party was a complicated organization, and it did have ties to the Soviet Union, and it did engage in espionage during World War II, but it also appealed to progressive activists who opposed fascism, who supported the New Deal, and who sought racial and economic equality. But by the time McCarthyism came to dominate American politics, the Communist Party had become a rather small and beleaguered sect, more concerned with self-defense than with overthrowing the American government. But that didn't stop McCarthy, Hoover, and their allies in the anti-communist network from painting communism as a deadly threat to American security that was facilitated by the Democrats' neglect, or perhaps worse. Like the Cold War Red Scare, today's attack on democratic institutions is also designed to enhance the political power of corporate actors and to implement the neoliberal policies that would undermine the welfare state. But again, as in the 1950s, these measures, for some funny reason, are not popular. I guess people like Medicare. So over the past few years, reactionary politicians have once again been diverting attention from their right-wing agenda. They're now pushing a quasi-populist attack on higher education that portrays it as elitist and left-wing. This time, however, they're targeting professors, not communists. And their charges, which are not entirely implausible, have gained traction with the American public because of the massive well-funded campaign that Isaac Kamola talked about this morning that was designed to delegitimize the academic mainstream. A campaign that I must note has been met with an anemic, really anemic response by the academic administration and the academic establishment. Although the Red Scare of the 1940s and 50s and the current attack on the university are similar in many ways, they operate under very different conditions. And they've used very different approaches to destroying free speech and academic freedom. I want to look first at McCarthyism, and then I'll compare it to what's going on today. Now, McCarthyism operated in accordance with a two-stage procedure. That the first stage identified supposed communists, and then the second stage was to apply sanctions. That first stage of identification was usually handled by official agencies like congressional investigating committees or the FBI. The second stage imposed penalties on the people who were identified during the first stage. But unlike under authoritarian regimes, the political repression of the McCarthy era used little violence. A few people went to prison, a few hundred people went to prison, or a few were deported, and only 2 people, Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, were killed. The real penalties were economic. Roughly 12 to 14,000 people lost their jobs. And this is probably a way underrepresentative number because both sides really tried to keep what happened secret. Now, most of the people who were identified by the witch hunters were not, quote unquote, innocent liberals, but rather men and women who had some kind of connection to the communist movement in the 1930s and 40s, and also opposed the witch hunt. From dock workers and government bureaucrats to movie stars and doctors, they worked at all kinds of occupations, including higher education, where at least 100 professors that I know of were fired and blacklisted. But here's the thing. The college presidents and other academic leaders who imposed those second stage sanctions by firing their tainted professors denied that they were involved with McCarthyism, which they considered only that first stage of identifying communists. Instead, these academic leaders justified their actions by relying on the early Cold War's demonized portrayal of American communism. If communists, as that over-exaggerated image had it, were robots who were under, if they were robots who were under Kremlin control, then they therefore, by definition, were incapable of unbiased teaching and research. And therefore, again, by definition, they did not deserve the protection of academic freedom. We know this because campus investigators question only people's relationships with the Communist Party. At no point were professors questioned about their teaching and research. The taint of communism was so powerful that the colleges and universities that employed these people felt compelled to let them go, even though they had broken no laws and done nothing to harm our country or their students. And although the Cold War Red Scare did not explicitly censure people's classrooms and scholarship, it did have a chilling effect. Professors pruned their syllabi and stopped teaching about controversial subjects. One eminent literary scholar actually told me that he had stopped using the word capitalism in his lectures and publications. He called it industrialism instead. Today, that chill has returned to the nation's campuses. But here's the big difference between that earlier witch hunt and the present one. Today's attacks target higher education as a whole, not just individuals. This is especially the case in red states, where ambitious politicians are imposing politically repressive measures on all sorts of educational activities. And Isaac has told you something about what's going on. But unlike McCarthyism, which only affected individual faculty members in their careers, this new wave of political repression targets classrooms, academic programs, libraries, and even, as in the case of New College, Florida, entire institutions. So how did this happen? How did we find ourselves in a position where the entire academic community is facing such an existential threat to its educational mission and autonomy? Well, we can date the current iteration of a decades-long witch hunt about 4 years ago in the aftermath of the Black Lives Matter. This was a moment when the American public and mainstream institutions like the university seemed to be making an effort to eliminate the structural racism that still pervades American society. Yet, just as the Republicans weaponized communists in government against their political opponents during the 40s and 50s, so too have Donald Trump and the Republican right demonized the mainstream liberal academy. Their goal is to validate racism and sexism and to create a moral panic about transgender students, because those moves support their drive for political power. Just a minute. Mark, turn it off. Turn it off. Thank you. Anyhow, the right wing is diverting attention from, maybe you'd rather hear Mozart. The right wing is diverting attention from their real goals. And although Trump himself lost the 2020 election, his campaign against teaching the truth about our country's less than glorious past and present has moved to the states. As Isaac showed us earlier, well-subsidized right-wing politicians then began to flood their legislatures with dozens of what came to be called educational gag orders. These measures initially focused on K through 12 schools, but they soon targeted the university, adding new force to an ongoing culture war against higher education. First came attacks on the teaching about racism, sexism, and other forms of oppression that might make conservative, straight, white male students feel, quote unquote, uncomfortable. Then came an attack on sexuality. This led to measures against gender studies and similar programs, along with attacks on campus support for LGBTQ and other vulnerable students. DEI programs are now under attack. And since October 7th, many states, and not just red ones, are sanctioning anti-Semitism. But the anti-Semitism that they're targeting is based on a definition promoted by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, an organization, a Zionist organization, that calls any criticism of Israel anti-Semitism. As in the McCarthy era, trustees and top administrators are capitulating to these attacks, not resisting them. dissenters' heads are beginning to roll, and even those of non-dissenters, like the university presidents who were targeted by congressional investigators last winter. But much more commonly, the heads of students and faculty members who openly support the Palestinian cause. Their protests have run afoul of their university's regulations these days. Often, it must be noted, regulations that have only very recently been imposed without the input of students or faculty members and were designed specifically to suppress unpopular political dissent on campus. Although we don't yet know how the current attack on academic freedom will play out, this moment poses a much greater threat to higher education than McCarthyism. That's because it focuses directly on an academic community which is in a much weaker position to rebuff attacks against it than it was in the 1950s. Now, here's why I'm saying that. In the first place, American higher education has been on the defensive since the late 1960s, when a lavishly funded of ultra-conservative billionaires and ideologues like the Koch brothers sought to move American political culture to the right, as did the well-known Powell memo. And they did it by discrediting and taking over the mainstream institutions of American civil society. This includes universities, of course, but also the legal system and the media. Over the next 50 years, that plutocratic network poured hundreds of millions of dollars into creating an alternative system of think tanks, public intellectuals, and right-wing professors and programs that were intended to replace mainstream academic knowledge as a source of expertise for policymakers, politicians, and the media. And Isaac, of course, has given you more detail about that. That lavishly funded network and the many institutions that it created, by the way, also manufactured the culture wars of the late 1980s and 90s. That campaign convinced much of the public that universities were elitist institutions that were dominated by radical tenured professors who taught only a few days a week, left-wing minority proponents of anti-white affirmative action, raging feminists and queers, and weak-willed administrators who let so-called political correctness infect their institutions. Coming on the heels of this long campaign, you can see how today's demagogic attacks by the likes of J.D. Vance and Ron DeSantis are particularly damaging to a beleaguered system of higher education that's already unpopular. And to make things worse, years of rising tuitions, creating nearly $1.8 trillion of student debt. That's $1.8 trillion, is particularly damaging and further undermining the public support of higher education. But what really makes America's today's assault on academic freedom so much worse than McCarthyism is that American higher education has been so debilitated by the structural transformations of the past 50 years that it is in no condition to resist the campaign against it. McCarthyism occurred during what has come to be seen as the quote-unquote golden age of American higher education, when universities were highly respected and popular. State, local, and national governments were giving them seemingly unlimited funding, and universities were expanding exponentially to accommodate the expected tidal wave of baby boomers. By the 1970s, however, the states were cutting back on their previously unstinting support for higher ed, for their public colleges and universities. And this occurred because of a combination of, on the one hand, a backlash against the student unrest of the 1960s and the economic crunch of the 1970s that was largely caused by an oil embargo, a taxpayer revolt, and a serious inflation. Although enrollment continued to rise, the university's budgets never recovered. And as academic leaders struggled to adapt their institutions to this new era, this new regime of neoliberal austerity, they made significant changes in the way they ran their institutions. Forced to find new sources of funding, they emulated the management practices of the business leaders they were courting for donations. They focused increasingly on their bottom lines while rejecting faculty input as quote unquote inefficient, right? And they came to rely more and more on student tuitions and rich philanthropists. And the academic leaders began to pay more and more attention to marketing their schools to prospective students and donors, which means that college administrators were paying less and less attention to the instructional side of their business. Especially after COVID, the quality of higher education noticeably declined. At the same time, administrations expanded in size to handle their new marketing and fundraising activities. Until now, there are more administrators on campus than faculty members. That's right, more administrators than faculty members. Meanwhile, the faculty's composition has changed enormously. Today, 75% of the Academy's instructional workforce is in the hands of non-tenure track faculty members. What that means is that 75% of college teachers are part-time and temporary gig workers who are poorly paid and have no job security. These contingent instructors, as they are called, are as skilled and as credentialed as their tenured and tenured track colleagues, but they're treated like second-class citizens without access to such academic perquisites as offices or the professional support that they need for their teaching and research. They can rarely, yeah.
Ellen, couple more minutes, please. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
They can rarely participate in faculty governance. And so they can also be fired for any reason or for no reason at all because they have no academic freedom. So of course, they're the first to go when repressive outside forces call for a purge. Their students and colleagues suffer as well, and this may be less well known. Because these gig workers often must take additional jobs and are seriously overworked, they may not be on campus or have the time to offer the one-on-one attention that research has shown is essential for student success. In addition, because they don't perform the service activities that are part of a traditional professor's job, faculty members with more secure positions have a much higher load of time-consuming administrative chores. They're writing more letters of recommendation, more committee meetings, and handling the busy work that corporatized universities are demanding because of the pressures on them for assessment and accountability. In such a situation, faculty morale understandably plummets, and the relationships between trustees and top administrators on the one hand and their academic employees on the other becomes increasingly fraught. Under these conditions, how can the atomized and demoralized how can the atomized and demoralized academy fight back? Our only hope, as Todd Wolfson explained this morning, is collective action, not only to protect what we have, but to press for a genuinely democratic system of higher education. The academic labor movement is central to this project, and its current dynamism is particularly promising. But we must also throw ourselves into organizing, both on and off the campuses. And as Todd pointed out, we must reach out to our unorganized colleagues, our students, our local communities, and concerned citizens everywhere to build a movement that's going to turn back the tide of repression on campus and defeat authoritarianism throughout the rest of the country. We must explain what is happening, why it is so endangered, and why our colleges and universities, with all their flaws, must still be defended. That will not be easy. American faculties have traditionally been hierarchical, status conscious, and deeply splintered, and not well known for bravery in the face of administrators. The individualistic and competitive mindset that pervades the neoliberal academy pits students against teachers, scientists against humanists, senior professors against junior professors, tenured and tenure-track instructors against contingent ones, and faculty members of all types against other groups of campus employees.
Sorry, Ellen, can you wrap up, please?
And
Ellen, wrap up.
workers. Okay, so we have to overcome these divisions and develop solidarity above all. And to be quite frank, we have no other alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Ellen, to butt in, but I wanted to give everybody a chance to have some time to speak and to give our audience also a chance to have comments and questions and answers. Okay, so next, our next speaker is Michael Thaddeus, a professor of mathematics at Columbia University since 1998. And who played perhaps most famously for those of us not in the field of mathematics, a very vital role in exposing how Columbia manipulated statistics to enhance its rankings, which he did in 2022. He's now the vice president of the Columbia chapter of the AUP, and his research specialization is algebraic geometry. Okay, Michael, thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca, for that kind introduction. And thanks so much to Sally Deer-Healy and the New York State Conference for the kind invitation to speak here. And thanks to the other participants for their inspiring talks. And thanks to all of you for listening. Rebecca, I have a long laundry list. I have also a litany of things to say. So please cut me off in mid-sentence after half an hour. I want to start by making a confession. I was actually overseas in the spring semester of this year. I was on sabbatical leave at the University of Cambridge. So I missed the climactic events at Columbia, including the two police actions, although I was there all through last fall. My confession is this is actually the second time that has happened in my life. Because as you may know, in another election year, 1968, there was also a series of upheavals at Columbia protesting against the Vietnam War, with uncanny parallels to the events of this year. Those upheavals culminated in a police action to clear the occupied buildings on campus, including Hamilton Hall, 56 years to the day before the same police action this year. In 1968, I was 1 year old, and my family lived across the street from the Columbia gates in the building where I still live today. But my dad had a sabbatical leave, so we went to California in the spring of 68, and we missed all of the disturbances in that year as well. Some things have changed in those 56 years and others haven't. What's very much the same is that Columbia remains in the limelight. It gets an undue share of attention as an elite university in the middle of Manhattan. Even when a lot is happening elsewhere in the country or the world, events in New York City get a lot of media attention. And that was very much true this year. What has changed is that information technology also brings us news events in real time, unfiltered by the news media. So even overseas in Cambridge, I was able to follow Columbia events minute by minute. Looking at Twitter and Instagram, I could find out where the demonstrations were, what streets they were marching down, how many arrests were made, almost in real time. I'd like to begin by using a few minutes of my time just to recap for those who did not follow as rapidly as I did, a brief chronology of the events, the turbulent events that took place in Columbia over the last year. And I would start with July 1st of 2023, last summer, when our new president, Manoush Shafik, took office. She was born in Egypt, but she spent her whole adult life in Britain, chiefly working for the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. She was then president of the London School of Economics, but she had never held a tenured faculty position anywhere, our first president in many years not to be a professor. On October 4th, Shafik's inauguration ceremony was held with pomp and circumstance in a grand setting outdoors on our campus. 3 days later, on October 7th, were the Hamas atrocities in Israel, where over 1,000 people were killed. At first, the reaction at Columbia did not seem to be that turbulent, although the next day, October 8th, Columbia professor Joseph Massad wrote an article where he described the Hamas action using adjectives like innovative, astonishing, awesome, remarkable. And that article, and then an open letter circulated by students and a second open letter circulated by faculty, drew harsh criticism. As early as October 11th, our campus gates were locked for the first time, and we needed IDs to get on campus. And the security regime has fluctuated ever since then. October 12th, there was the first big demonstration on campus actually, there were two big demonstrations side by side with pro-Palestinian and pro-Zionist demonstrators. There were many more demonstrations throughout the fall, notably at a class being taught by Hillary Clinton, who became a sort of lightning rod for the demonstrators. On November 10th, our administration banned the two main student groups responsible for organizing the pro-Palestinian protests, Students for Justice in Palestine and Jewish Voice for Peace. The grounds for banning them was that they had held a supposedly unauthorized demonstration the previous day that, in the administration's words, included threatening rhetoric and intimidation. But there was vigorous pushback from students and faculty against this move. The practical effect was that many of the demonstrations simply moved off campus. They moved onto the public streets surrounding the campus, Broadway and Amsterdam Avenue. Some of them were legal and took place on the sidewalk. Others were illegal and took place in the street. But the demonstrations very much continued with hundreds and hundreds of people. I saw them with my own eyes. On December 5th, there was the congressional testimony by the presidents of MIT, Harvard, and Penn, which I'm sure you remember. Our president, Shafik, declined to testify because she declined the invitation because she was at a conference in Dubai. Everyone thought this was a brilliant move at the time. But after the new year, the demonstrations continued and only increased in size. Notably, on February 2nd, hundreds of people demonstrated on Broadway outside Columbia. There was a big police presence. 3 people were arrested. Demonstrations on and off campus continued through the spring. On February 29th, the administration was particularly annoyed because there was an unauthorized vigil disrupting an event for prospective students, admitted students at Columbia Law School. On March 24th, students held an event called Resistance 101 at a residence hall with a Zoom appearance by a Canadian citizen who had been accused of links to terrorist groups. Columbia investigated and I believe even punished some of the students who took part in that event. The fateful events occurred in April. On April 17th, students established an encampment on the South Lawn outdoors on our Columbia campus. The next day, April 18th, President Shafik testified before the same congressional committee that had seen the other presidents. While she was still in Washington after the testimony, on a Zoom call, she with senior administrators, she ordered the New York Police Department to be brought on campus to remove the peaceful encampment that had been set up just the day before. Over 100 students were arrested. Nevertheless, the encampment was reestablished almost immediately. There were big lawns on campus, and not all of them were blockaded by security. Students set up the encampment on another lawn. While this was happening, on April 24th, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and the House Committee Chair, Virginia Fox, visited President Shafiq in her office at Columbia, and she let them hold a press conference on the Columbia steps overlooking the encampment. They used that opportunity to call for her resignation. On April 29th, Shafiq said, Columbia will not divest from Israel, and she began to suspend students in the encampment, while at the same time claiming to continue negotiations with the student group. A few hours later, in the early morning of April 30th, about 35 people, mostly students, occupied and barricaded Hamilton Hall on campus. And less than 24 hours later, in the late evening of that same day, April 30th, there was a second, even more massive police action. Hundreds of police invaded Hamilton Hall, dismantled the second encampment. There were again over 100 arrests. On May 8th, the Columbia Faculty of Arts and Sciences voted no confidence in President Shafiq. And on August 14th, just over a month ago, President Shafiq finally resigned. So that's a brief précis of what happened. The events were explosive. They were extremely preoccupying, of course, for all of us on campus. But the explosion came after an erosion. There had been a long, slow decline at the university in the years before, largely under the 20-year presidency of Lee Bollinger, Shafiq's predecessor. These eye-popping events were the culmination of a loss of trust in the university as an institution that has built up over several decades. And nobody likes the university administration anymore. Not donors, not politicians, but also not faculty, not students. Why donors and politicians are unhappy, I won't address. Rising costs is part of it. Political polarization obviously is part of it. And there's been a loss of trust in all kinds of societal institutions, courts, legislatures, healthcare. Why faculty and students are unhappy, there are many reasons. One of them is the growth of university bureaucracy that you just heard about, and the nakedly obvious preference of our administrators for generating revenue over pursuing academic quality in any form. The neglect of our physical facilities, the disempowerment of students and faculty, the entrusting of more and more of our essential academic functions to temporary and part-time staff, and the loss of the institutional continuity and morale that engenders. Columbia is a very rich institution. We have a $14 billion endowment. A lot of the income on that endowment is discretionary. Despite that, the challenges that we face actually are not that different from what the challenges that are faced at schools with much more modest resources. And a lot of the resources that we have are frittered away or wasted on vanity projects. Above all, at Columbia, the fundamental problem underlying everything else is a sort of breakdown of communication between students and faculty, the rank and file members of the university on the one hand, with the administration on the other hand, and especially the central administration. It's important to understand that a large university like Columbia, embraces many schools, maybe a dozen schools or more, some undergraduate and some graduate professional schools. We have a central administration that is supposed to govern all the schools, but in practice, the central administration doesn't talk to any of the schools. It's sort of walled off in a citadel by itself. Our central administrators don't talk to faculty, they don't talk to students, they don't even talk to all of the school deans. Many of the school deans are sort of in the dark about what central administration is doing. Maybe they talk to donors, trustees, politicians, hard to tell. But we in the schools have no way to know who is deciding, how they decide, what they decide, when they decide. No channels of communication are open. For example, Columbia is building a 33-story building on 125th Street and Broadway right now. No one knows how much that building costs, where the money came from, what other alternative priorities, could have been pursued with those funds, what the building really is going to be used for. It's for housing, but who is going to get that housing? None of that has been discussed at all. So when a conflagration like the one of the past year breaks out, it really takes the central administration by surprise. They were like a deer caught in the headlights. So turning back to the narrative of that conflagration, I said in my abstract that reality of what happened was not always accurately reported. And I was thinking of two things there. One was the role or purported role of violence. If you read the press accounts of events at Columbia, especially the right-wing press, the Murdoch press, which is very instructive to read, the word violence is just literally sprayed all over the place. And it's conventional wisdom now that the events at Columbia were very violent. I'm here to tell you that that's simply not true, and that in reality, there was almost no interpersonal violence, almost no violence between demonstrators, even though people of strongly opposing views were frequently cheek by jowl. I mean, yes, some windows were broken, and there's that notorious picture of a mass demonstrator breaking the glass panes of the Hamilton doors in order to chain the doors shut. But there were no fistfights, no broken bones. Anything you hear to the contrary is misrepresentation. It's actually a credit to both the demonstrators and the counter demonstrators that they exercised at least this measure of restraint. There were a lot of very turbulent crowds. There was a great deal of language that was loud, fierce, intemperate, alarming, and there was a great deal of fear in some circles, and to some degree justified, because the language was so fierce. I heard with my own ears in the fall chants like "Israel is a racist state," "Israel is a terrorist state" at the demonstrations, and you can imagine how that would have struck fear in the hearts of some Israeli students. On the other hand, the intrusive security measures, the heavy police presence, the alarmist talk from campus leaders, including religious leaders, did nothing to assuage this fear. They only stoked it and intensified it. And I always thought that was fundamentally wrong-headed, that we should have been trying to reassure students, given the merciful absence of actual violence. And we should have, and we still should be, encouraging our students and faculty to overcome fear and not succumb to it. The other thing I was thinking when I said that the reality was not accurately reported is the role of rules. Many commentators have said the demonstrators are at fault. It's justified to punish them because they broke the rules, and it's reasonable to expect people to follow the rules. I think they don't realize how Byzantine the rules governing student conduct are. They're so confusing. They're so constantly changing. Anytime anything bad happens on campus, administrators make a new rule, they add it to the list. So there's a website called University Policies that has 105 separate documents involving rules that apply to students with titles like Event Fire Safety Policy. No one can be expected to read all of those things. You just have to behave reasonably and hope that you're following the rules. So I can't fault the student groups, for example, for holding unauthorized demonstrations. The rules have become so Byzantine that there's no other practical way to hold a demonstration at all. For example, you're supposed to request a demonstration 10 days in advance, but it might be approved so close to the scheduled date that there's no time to turn out participants. When the student demonstrators in the encampment were arrested in the first police action on April 17th, it wasn't clear that they were breaking any university rules at all. The university's gambit was that it suspended them a few hours before the police action, and then tell the police that because they were no longer students in good standing, that these students were trespassing on private property. So the rules are malleable, and as we'll see later on, the rules that govern the conduct of the administration have been trampled on. Another pet peeve about the rules of mine, at least, is about time, place, and manner. Pundits and commentators love to support time, place, and manner restrictions because it makes them sound moderate and reasonable. I mean, demonstrations should be forbidden at 3 a.m. because they keep people awake, fine. But time, place, and manner restrictions can be quite draconian, quite severe. At Columbia, we've basically been restricted so we can only hold demonstrations in one place at the Sundial. It's very central, very conspicuous, but it's far from the professional schools. Demonstrators who want to demonstrate about something at the professional schools have no place to do it where the faculty and students at those schools will see them. It also rules out low steps in the statue of alma mater, which are visually compelling. There was a very brave demonstration by Chinese students around alma mater a few years ago. It's sad that that demonstration would no longer be allowed under the present rules. A second thing I said in my abstract is that the voices of faculty and students were all too often drowned out by those of pundits, politicians, and plutocrats. So among politicians, one who stands out in my mind is our beloved New York City Mayor, Eric Adams. Adams vigorously urged Shafiq, both publicly and privately, to use the police against students, because law and order is sort of his signature issue as mayor, and the political constituencies that he represents would like to see Columbia taken down. But then there was also the horrifying live coverage of the Hamilton Hall invasion by Fox News, with running commentary provided by Sean Hannity and none other than Donald J. Trump. Trump spent a lot of time talking about Columbia and using the student demonstration as a stick to beat us with. You can't fully understand what happened at Columbia this year without watching that Fox coverage. It was political theater, and it lasted for much of an hour. And you get the unmistakable sense that this political theater is one of the main reasons why things have evolved as they did. One of the main reasons for the police, conducting the Hamilton invasion and for choosing to go in such a public and visible way. They could have just used an ordinary ladder to go through that window. Instead, they chose to use a Bearcat, which is this monstrous piece of paramilitary machinery. It looks like a siege engine or a tank. Once you understand that political theater is the point, or at least one of the points, then you understand why did the city go to the massive expense of bringing in that Bearcat and hundreds of police officers. As I say, I wasn't in New York, but I was told that the paramilitary presence in the neighborhood for weeks afterwards was overwhelming. There were machinery and dozens of police officers everywhere. In the category of donors, I'm thinking about people like billionaire Robert Kraft, the owner of the New England Patriots, a Columbia alumnus and a major donor, who told Sean Hannity on that same show a few days later, and I quote, "One of the biggest problems that we have to do something about is really tenure in these universities where people can do things and don't have accountability." And another billionaire donor to Columbia, Leon Cooperman, told the New York Post he had spoken to President Shafiq and he told her, "Stop hiring these left-wing professors that fill kids with hate." Well, we did finally get to meet the acting president after the no confidence vote. I met the president last week for the first time in the quarter century I've been at Columbia. And I read those words to her when the AAUP chapter board met with her. She cheerfully replied, "Oh, I haven't had much opportunity to interact with donors yet." But she didn't promise to push back if donors attack our tenure system. So this gets to the point that the current crisis is being used as cover to attack the core principles espoused by the AAUP, shared governance and academic freedom. When Shafiq testified before Congress, the Republican members asked her to fire various professors or remove them from leadership roles, and she just cheerfully acquiesced. She could have used the opportunity to push back, to defend academic freedom, as the chancellors of the New York and Berkeley public schools admirably did when they testified a few days later. They vocally defended due process for teachers and staff. Shafiq didn't do that. She appeased her questioners. She sort of parried their questions. She promised to do things that actually already had been done, like not rehiring a controversial adjunct professor. And her most egregious infringement on shared governance occurred that very same day when she called the police for the first time to arrest 100 demonstrators. The university statutes explicitly require the president to consult, and again I quote, "with a majority of a panel established by the University Senate's Executive Committee before police are ever called onto campus." The university was set up in the wake of 1968 precisely to address these issues. The president did inform the Senate on the day the police action was to begin. The Executive Committee of the Senate unanimously asked her not to call the police, but she did it anyway. So she trampled on the rules that are enshrined in our statutes. The Senate is a broad-based governance body. It has faculty, student, and administration representatives, but precisely for this reason, it's been weak and disempowered. the members of the Senate are finally waking up after a 20-year somnolence, and that's very encouraging. People are running for the Senate much more than they used to, and there was a very spirited debate at a Senate meeting just yesterday. But the acting president told us candidly, the people she talks to don't like the Senate, and she wants to weaken it further. So the bad news is that the chipping away of shared governance has been underway for a long time. And the good news is people are finally waking up. Student discipline is a good example of this. After the arrests, dozens of people were brought up on draconian charges. Those who occupied the building were told to expect to be expelled. Well, Hamilton Hall has been occupied 4 or 5 times in my memory, and no one has ever been expelled before. An undergraduate, Ben Jealous, joined one of the occupations in 1992. He was suspended for a year, but he then got a Rhodes Scholarship, went on to become president of the NAACP, and he's now executive director of the Sierra Club. So, thank goodness Columbia didn't ruin his life by expelling him. This year, the administration tried to punish students under a new disciplinary regime through a body in the central administration with the Orwellian name of the Center for Student Success and Intervention. As part of the central administration, it offers no role for faculty or even school deans. It has far fewer protections for due process. But fortunately, the old disciplinary procedures are enshrined in our statutes, and the Senate Rules Committee, by fighting vigorously, managed to get them reinstated in these cases. When the central administration took over student discipline 2 or 3 years ago, it didn't consult with faculty. It didn't even bother to inform faculty that they were making this power grab. I found out about it only when I reported some students for cheating about 2 years ago. And at the time, I thought about raising this topic at a faculty meeting, but I knew if I said we should talk about faculty involvement in student discipline, that would just raise a collective yawn. And now faculty are motivated and focused, and we know why faculty involvement in student disciplinary procedures is a vital topic.
Michael, about
Yes.
3-4 minutes.
Yeah, that's actually just perfect. Yeah. So we need to have a similar battle now regarding undergraduate admissions. Faculty used to have considerable influence, and now we've been cut out. There are calls to admit fewer students who are committed to activism and social justice. So like, why admit the students who are occupying buildings? We need to make it clear as faculty how disastrous that would be for the intellectual climate at our university. What's sad about the administration's actions is that their hostile steps toward faculty and students do not actually advance their own interests or the interests of the university. Any of us could have told them their attempts to appease the right wing just get weaponized against them. Shafiq was told, oh, you've created an unsafe environment for Jewish students on campus. So she allowed students optionally to take classes online in April. Then she was accused of anti-Semitism for pushing Jewish students off campus. And all the heavy-handed security measures, including the ID access that continues to this day, have also just inflamed tensions and fears, and also have alienated everyone at the university, including a majority of students who have played no part in the protests. In the last week of classes in the spring and during final exams, everyone was pushed online. Graduating seniors went right back to their freshman year COVID experience. And most students were excluded from dining halls and libraries. Those were open only to the minority of students who happened to live within the gates. So needless to say, that made everyone furious at the administration. So it's just hard to overemphasize how counterproductive the administration's clumsy security measures and negotiation tactics have been, both for demonstrators and for rank and file students and faculty. The president canceled graduation, but then she didn't appear at any of the smaller ceremonies that replaced graduation because she knew she'd be booed off the stage. So in conclusion, yeah, I mean, I'd like to emphasize another point, which others have been making, which is that this is an election year. And the repercussions of the Gaza war have flared up so bitterly on college campuses, in large part because they're a wedge issue and a very effective one. Just as reproductive freedom divides Republican voters, Zionism in the Middle East divides Democratic voters, and the strife in our universities is being fomented by the political forces that benefit from this. At Columbia, I know many faculty who used to be our staunch allies on all kinds of governance matters who are so alienated by the protests that they canceled their AAUP memberships, they've withdrawn from campus politics. we have to keep reminding ourselves the way to prevent the politics of division from prevailing is to remain on good terms with them. They were our allies before. They can be our allies again, no matter how starkly we disagree with them right now. It's been a difficult, painful year. It's hard to say what the future holds. The only good thing I can say about the right-wingers, attacking universities is they pay us a compliment, the compliment of believing that what happens on colleges' campuses is really important for the future of the country, democracy, the world. So let's take them seriously, fight back with all the tools we have. Our main asset in universities, we have a lot of very, very smart people. On the other hand, we're often not so good at organizing, getting things done. And there we have a lot to learn from our allies in the labor movement. But we're all in this together. I think we're all convinced at this point of the urgency of mobilizing and the urgency of the task before us. So I'm looking forward to getting to know all of you and sharing and fighting the good fight together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. That was very powerful and very important. And along with Ellen's remarks earlier about how this is a continuity and yet a very different phase of the moment of attack on higher education, I think this is an urgent call to action, and I'm glad to see that we're all here thinking about this together. Okay, so next will be Alan Singer, who's a historian and teacher educator at Hofstra University. He's the author of a number of books on teaching and secondary school education. So Alan, please.
Thank you, everybody, for inviting me. 3 quick things just before I begin. At 3 o'clock, I have to sign out. I have tickets to the Met game. I want to thank Erwin Yellowitz. Erwin was my history professor as an undergraduate at City College in the 1960s, and it is because of Erwin that I became a labor historian. So Erwin, thank you very much. And then last, as I was preparing my thoughts for today, one of the problems is the news kept on being new instances of outrageousness. So I kept on editing up until the last minute. I call this defending faculty role as public intellectuals. I'm a 1960s anti-war and civil rights activist. I was a community organizer who became a public high school social studies teacher in the 1970s. Besides the fact that I needed a job, one of my goals as a teacher was to engage students as social activists, as potential Grammy and organic intellectuals for the working class and marginalized groups. By choice, I worked with Black and Latino students attending some of the more difficult schools in New York City. My strategy was to discuss difficult historical contemporary issues with my classes as part of the social studies curriculum. And when students became engaged, discussion inevitably shifted to ways they could have an impact on injustices in our society. The New York State Social Studies curriculum framework nominally supports the idea of involving students in social action projects. Social studies teachers are supposed to be preparing students to become active citizens in a democratic society. While the state's concept of active citizenship was passive and primarily involved registering 18-year-old students to vote, it gave me a legitimate basis for promoting student activism. Interested students would set up a registered student club to bring in speakers on issues they wanted to examine, organize student panels, and plan social action campaigns that included protesting against apartheid in South Africa, opposing educational budget cuts, and supporting reproductive freedom for women. Everything was done within the context of the school structure and guidelines. Students testified at public hearings, attended rallies, wrote for local newspapers. They always had written parental permission to participate in these activities, and attendance at rallies and marches was always organized as an official school trip. As much as possible, I coordinated student involvement with local community organizations and elected officials, so it was clear there was community support for the student campaigns. There were always teachers and administrators who challenged what the club and I were doing, but whatever we did was always within the official rules, at least as I interpreted it and could defend them. Herbert Cole called interpreting this rule in this way creative maladjustment. 1990, I became a teacher educator at Hofstra, a large private liberal arts college in the New York City metropolitan area. I brought this strategy of working within the rules while stretching them with me to the university. College student activists organized themselves without my help. My role as a faculty member has been to join political protests, modeling what I consider responsible activism, participating in student organized forums, either as a panelist or part of the audience, and negotiating when necessary with the administration and public safety to allow space for student protests. As a teacher educator, I invest in all my students, helping them to become the best teachers they can be. Tell students on the first day of the introductory class that some of them at the end of the program will say, "Thank heavens, I never have to see him again." Others will continue to work with me after they begin their career as teachers. The choice is theirs. The reality is that those who choose to maintain our relationship almost always agree with my approach to teaching and politics. In a university, you were supposed to cooperatively sit on committees and attend meetings as part of service for tenure and promotion. But I suspect that active participation would only get me and my department into trouble. An early department chair devised a plan that has worked for me for the last 30 years. I became a public intellectual for the university. She arranged with the public relations office for me to be their media expert on education and other topics that interested me. When my university was home to a presidential debate in 2008, I was on Fox News discussing Bill Ayers and defending Barack Obama. I've been on a Daily Show segment on the use of citizens' arrest to control Black communities since the American Civil War, and I've written for and been interviewed by local television and print media. The public relations department and the administration like the press coverage. I get them, and have never challenged what I said or wrote. That has given me a broad audience to present my views. I regularly blog, originally for Huffington Post and now mostly for Daily Kos. And I use the university's email system to circulate my writing to over 5,000 people on a listserv that the university's tech department helped me construct. When challenged about the use of the email system, and I have been, I insist that my blogs and articles are part of my service to the profession and the broader community. The only condition that university requested, a condition I agree to, is that my email messages include, quote, blogs, tweets, essays, interviews, and e-blasts present my views and not those of Hofstra University. To subscribe, reply unsubscribe in the subject. Now, I don't think anybody actually believes that I'm speaking for the university, but that was what we agreed to. And I make similar statement when I testify at a public hearing or speak at a community event. So again, I am not representing Hofstra University on any official basis today. I will not temper what I say or write, but I try to act responsibly and I work within the rules, again, at least as I interpret them. Former AAUP President Carrie Nelson argued, quote, while academic freedom protects your right to say what you want, it does not protect you from professional consequences for doing so. Nelson is right. When you exercise academic freedom, especially as a public intellectual, there are consequences that I accept. I would have liked to have received an endowed chair. I know I was considered and I was never selected. So be it. In times of crisis, academics must be public intellectuals. Why invest our lives in becoming experts in history, society, policy, science, medicine, or any other field of study, and then remain isolated in an academic cocoon for safety or career advancement? The consequence for our profession and our society are too great if we are intimidated into silence. Recent events have made it clear that academic freedom in the classroom is not safe if the public role of academics is unsafe. During this summer, while most faculty and students are off campus, university administrators across the country, without any faculty input, enacted new regulations to silence dissent on campus. Action by both students and faculty will be sharply restricted. In Indiana, the ACLU is suing the university over newly imposed time restrictions on political expression. The ACLU suit argues that they prohibit people from talking about politics in such a restraining way that you cannot talk to a friend or stand silently with a sign during restricted time periods. I'm curious, I wonder what Indiana University will do if students and faculty show up with T-shirts with unacceptable messages and whether it'll make them strip, but we'll have to see. The situation is worse in other states. Florida public universities, students are encouraged to rat out teachers for making statements a student considers divisive or inappropriate to the class. Tenured faculty are reviewed to enforce what and how they teach. Legal scholars are told that as public employees, there are restrictions on where they can speak and what they can say, including at governmental hearings. In Virginia's attack on teaching the truth about the United States, student tours for incoming freshmen were suspended because a right-wing alumni group accused the tours of alienating prospective students by presenting woke versions of the university's history, including that Thomas Jefferson, the university's founder, was a slaveholder. Right-wing trustees appointed by Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin now hold 13 of the 17 seats on the state higher education board, giving them the power to redirect the university and shape the faculty. In response to recent protests against the Israeli war in Gaza, Concordia University in Montreal instituted a new policy impacting on academic departments. According to the Concordia protest, while individual faculty are protected by academic freedom, collective faculty as department members are not. The university considers departments to be administrative units, so they are prohibited from issuing collective political statements. I'm waiting for that to be imposed in the United States. Wealthy donors, powerful members of board of trustees across the country are trying to silence discussion over Israel's actions in Gaza and its illegal occupation of the West Bank that international bodies have labeled war crimes against Palestinians and genocide. Administrators have been forced to resign, as our previous presenter said, and students and faculty are intimidated by blacklists intended to block future employment. At the University of Minnesota Twin Cities, the appointment of an Israeli historian as a faculty director of its Center for Holocaust and Genocide Studies was rescinded because of pressure from a pro-Israel group that objected to his description of Israel as an apartheid and settler colonial state guilty of genocide. Groups like the Jewish Community Relations Council of Minnesota and Dakota equate criticism of Israeli policy with anti-Semitism. In the last Democratic Party congressional primary cycle, 2 congressional representatives, members of the squad, were defeated because of tens of millions of dollars spent by AIPAC in support of their opponents. But poor faculty members are not supposed to speak up. A false equivalence is promoted by elected officials, wealthy trustees, and media sources between an extremist, anti-democratic right-wing movement in the United States and opponents of Israeli action to justify efforts by groups like AIPAC and its political and financial supporters to quash challenges to war crimes committed by Israel in Gaza. As a self-described leftist, I only wish the American left was as influential as they claim. The AAUP plays a crucial role in defending academic freedom and academics as public intellectuals. It condemns newly revised administrative policies designed to prevent peaceful protests by students, faculty, and allies, and accusing administrators of opposing, I quote, severe limits on speech and assembly that discourage or shut down freedom of expression, that undermine the academic freedom and freedom of speech and expression that are fundamental to higher education. The AAUP denounces policies that, quote, curtail the right of faculty who are entitled to freedom from institutional censorship or discipline when speaking or writing as citizens. Institutions of higher learning should aim to foster an environment in which faculty, graduate employees, students, and other members of the campus are free to discuss and debate difficult topics inside and outside the classroom. Sadly, because of the power of money in American politics and in higher education, in a very real sense, only academics as public intellectuals remain in the position to respond to concerted silencing. But no, when you speak, whether in the classroom or in a public forum, there will be consequences. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alan. That was terrific, very forceful and very clear. Yes, we have all felt, I mean, NYU's new policy guidance and policies on that equate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, and that say that Zionism is a code word for racist intent is particularly pernicious in many, many ways, and is going to be a real, I mean, has already chilled speech so completely on campus. It's very, very difficult. Okay, Alan, Michael, if you silence yourselves, then I will, you know, put or mute yourselves, not silence yourselves. Sorry, mute yourselves. You should continue to speak, but not yet. Our last speaker for the panel is Tom Baudoin. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Who is professor of religion at Fordham University and the president of the Fordham AAUP chapter. He's the author of many books and articles on the problems and prospects for religion in secular cultures. His current research on the Pantheon in Rome has been funded by the Templeton Foundation. So, Tom, thank you.
Thanks, Rebecca. Yeah, you got my last name right in the States we say Bedoin. That's really offensive to French speakers, I know. Should be Baudouin. So I want to thank Sally for the fantastic planning and carrying out of this day, and Mary Rose also, and Rebecca for facilitating, and everybody for hanging in there. At this point, I don't know about you, but I had to get an espresso a few minutes ago to keep myself going. So whatever it takes, thanks for hanging on here. So what I would like to do is to share my screen to share a few slides. This is going to be a hyper-local presentation about what's happening at the Fordham chapter in the wake of the spring protests and kind of and challenges to a tiny advocacy chapter making a difference in this climate. That's what I'm going to talk about. So can I share my screen? Is that okay? I'll do it. Let's see.
I don't know who is the who.
I have it, and he has screen sharing. There you go.
Okay, all right.
There you go. Okay. Yeah. Rebecca, can you see? Everyone can see. Okay, good. Thank you. All right. So I'm just calling this acrimony and advocacy because we're kind of caught between the two at the Fordham chapter. And like I said, this is going to be a report from the chapter raising larger issues for kind of AAUP work, at least in advocacy chapters like ours, and maybe in other chapters as well. So let me just give you a little bit of a background on the Fordham AAUP chapter. We've had an AAUP chapter for several decades at Fordham. I am newly the president, only for the last few months, of the Fordham chapter. And I've been involved with AAUP for almost 20 years, but have never been in any kind of local leadership. I stepped up to be president of the Fordham AAUP this spring. Our chapter had 14 members, 3 of whom are retired. So 11 active members in a faculty of 530 tenure track faculty. Right. I stepped up to be president after avoiding it for a long time because we had almost no one willing to serve on the executive committee for years in this chapter. We'd had the same president who did a very good job, Patricio Menices, but Patricio had been an administrator for many years. In other words, we have a lack of interest and energy for running this chapter. So I stepped up to lead this small chapter, and it is. We only have 2 people on the executive committee, myself and Vice President Marcia Flicker. We are missing 3 executive committee positions. People will not step up. That's been the history of the chapter for a long time. So the chapter has also been almost entirely white in a faculty that was predominantly white for a long time, but is still predominantly white, especially at the upper ranks, but has been rapidly changing in the last many years and now is substantially, but not majority, persons of color. So I'm well aware of that, and that's something that I want to pay attention to as well. That's a little bit of background. The philosophy, let me just say one other word on background. The philosophy of our chapter, I don't know if any of you else have a small chapter, a small advocacy chapter, but the philosophy of our chapter has been to not make any noise for many years, and only to surface like the Loch Ness Monster to scare the administration once in every great while, to have the AAUP come in at crucial moments. We have really only come in once or twice on crucial matters in my entire time at Fordham, which has been 17 years. So it rarely speaks publicly, and honestly, it has rarely met. So that's a little bit of the background. Okay, this is in May 1st. This is kind of the setting right now that we find ourselves in the aftermath of what happened. May 1st, we heard about Columbia. This is at Fordham, May 1st, protest at the Lincoln Center campus. There was also a protest at the Rose Hill in the Bronx. This is the Lincoln Center in Manhattan campus. Let me just give you a snippet of video from that protest, May 1st.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
So students set up an encampment at Lincoln Center. And they did this without going through the official demonstration permission process. And later in the day, the NYPD was called by the president. So let me see if I can get to that slide. Here we go.
The New York State Police. You have been warned as per Fordham University to leave the campus. If you refuse to leave, you may be placed under arrest.
Okay, when this happened, there was immediately a struggle for information, as there often is in these kind of events. I want to point out, you can't really see it in this frame, but on the right side of the frame were actually a few faculty members who managed to get down before the security cordoned off the area at Lincoln Center. A few faculty went down and started taking notes and videoing what was happening and taking pictures. So creating an archive of the protest.
This is the New York.
Okay, so then the president of Fordham University, Tanya Tetlow, who was our first lay president in almost, the university has been around almost 200 years. We've never had a lay person, that means in this case, a non-Jesuit president. And she's our first lay president, newly president. She sent out a letter to the Fordham community. And I've reproduced the letter here. This is maybe the next day after the protest. And I have highlighted and underscored all the phrases that many faculty contested about the characterization of the protest. She said that people pushed inside the lobby to get in. She said some of them were Fordham students. She said this was disruptive and threatening. She opposed passion to safety. She said before today, the few protests we've had have been peaceful. She said the intrusions were basically from people who are not members of our community. It's like people barging into your home to shout. And it attracted hundreds of protesters from elsewhere, who were banging on glass violently. And that the students on campus have a right to feel safe and finish their exams. And the priority of the administration is to make the community feel safe. All those phrases I've highlighted were the ones that many faculty contested shortly thereafter. So then she closed by saying, we remain committed to permitting peaceful protests. Now there was 2 days later, May 3rd, there was a faculty response to the president's letter. Two faculty, part of the way that faculty resistance happens at Fordham since a big crisis over benefits in 2016, 2017 is to annotate presidential letters and resend them out to the whole faculty. So this is what happened in this case, that the president's letter was annotated by some faculty members and recirculated. In this case, it was two faculty, Carrie Caston and Leo Guardado, who were actually there on site and taking pictures and taking video. And they basically wrote a close annotation of the president's letter and used evidence that they collected that day and afterward to question a number of the statements. In fact, all the statements that I just highlighted to you were the ones that they questioned. So I'm going to show you. This is, they created a Google document that any faculty could access with all sorts of pictures and videos. And that's where they built the annotation of the response to the president's letter. And this is what that Google document looked like. You can see kind of a selection of how much material there was in there. And then lots of other people sent them material so that we could create an archive of the protest. From that is a faculty account of what happened. Now, this is a sample of the annotation of the letter, and you can kind of see that they're quoting 3, 4, 5, 6. They're quoting the president's letter, and then they're giving a different reading, and sometimes they're appealing to evidence to back up that different reading of events. This led to a faculty senate resolution on 12 May. Now, a word about our faculty senate. Our faculty senate has been up and down in terms of its, let's say, activist stance and its willingness to take on the administration over the years. Recently, in the last several years, it has come on much stronger about shared governance. And in fact, out of the 5 members of the executive committee of the Senate today, including me, I'm the secretary of the faculty senate. 3 of us are AAUP members. So for our tiny chapter at Fordham, 3 of us of the 5 are in the Senate Executive Committee. Now, we passed these 5 statements almost unanimously in the faculty senate several days later. The right of the members of Fordham community to protest peacefully, rights of faculty to observe and to interact with protesters. We created a working group to review the demonstration policy. Michael was speaking about demonstration policies. We wanted to review the demonstration policy. And we called for the dropping of all charges against the demonstrators and efforts to de-escalate tensions before NYPD is called in the future. We wanted a de-escalation protocol to be created. That is, I don't know what your Senate is like, but that is miraculous to have basically a near unanimous passage of a resolution like that, because there were some senators who thought the protests should have been shut down, as a matter of fact. The senators were not all of one mind about this, but we worked hard to get consensus on this resolution. Then, as you know, so our chapter, I have not mentioned our chapter at all when I mention these protests, because our chapter had nothing to say on an official level about these protests and took no position on the day of or after, had no involvement in it. I was just taking over the presidency when this was happening of our chapter. Then over the summer, as you know, the new AAUP statement on academic boycotts came out. After the protest in May and the university response and the faculty senate pushback, a number of faculty contacted me, what's the AAUP chapter going to do, right? What are you going to say? What action are you taking? And they gave me advice about, of course, what action the chapter should take. And then the boycott statement came out, and a number of faculty contacted me. These are mostly non-members of the chapter. What's the chapter going to do about this boycott statement? Is this your position? Many faculty wanted to know, is this the chapter's position? And so, as Sally will tell you, I emailed Sally and said, what do we say? Is the national statement the chapter statement? What's the relationship between normativity claims for national statements vis-a-vis operationalized realities on the ground for chapters. So basically, I was getting feedback from various sides about this and wondering what our chapter was going to do. And some faculty circulated a letter to all the faculty saying, don't join the AAUP because it is now an anti-Semitic organization. And other faculty became interested in the AAUP because of this statement. So this was another kind of, I think, challenge to our little chapter, the protest and now the boycott statement. It became hard for me as president to see how we could keep being low visibility, low intervention in this situation. On the other hand, the reason, which is a good reason, the rationale for being a fairly quiet chapter was that if we take controversial stands on campus and the administration exposes our real membership numbers, then our moral leverage is severely compromised. If the administration starts saying, well, you know what, this chapter has 11 active members. They don't represent anybody at this university, basically. So we have to be very careful about provoking that kind of a response from the administration. So let me go forward here. Bring it back. Okay, I'm going to bring it back down to what the chapter's implications here. So as the new president of this chapter, and someone who's very committed to AAUP, ground level values, I've been thinking a lot about and talking with my membership and with other faculty about what does all this mean for us? The fallout from the protest, the academic boycott statement, and how we can be of service to basic AAUP values at Fordham as such a tiny chapter. So I've been having a lot of conversations, and I decided to call a meeting of our chapter recently. And in that meeting, but as preparation for that meeting, I learned from the state chapter or the state conference that our chapter had actually grown 50% over the summer from 14 to 19 members. So 5 new people joined over the summer. And it turns out they joined as a reaction to the protest and the administration's response to the protest. And they joined because of the boycott statement. So we have 5 new members. A majority of those new members are persons of color. And so the chapter itself is changing. I have a few things I'm thinking about in terms of implications for our chapter, and I wonder how they resonate with how you're responding right now in your chapter. Number one, to keep exercising what I call quiet power. And that means instead of regularly making vocal public statements, taking sides on controversial issues publicly, to continue doing what we've done for the many, many years at Fordham in our chapter, which is quietly meeting with administrators when issues come up where we can be a help and an advocate, quietly giving faculty support, resources, and connections when they run into trouble, when they run into conflicts, and when they have questions, and exercising other forms of what I call quiet power. The second implication that I see for us, even though we've gone from 14 to 19 members, of which 16 are active, 3 are retired, I would like to see the membership grow. That's something I would like to see as president of this chapter. I would like to see at least 1/3 of the entire Fordham faculty be members. So we'd need about 175 people to be members of our chapter. Then we could go from quiet power to something more loud, right? But I need to do, I think, lots of active listening, and I've begun to do that active listening across campus with faculty from various constituencies, not only faculty, but here I'm just talking about faculty from various constituencies, especially those constituencies that have not been involved in the chapter since I've been at Fordham, which means younger faculty have not been involved in the chapter, and faculty of color have not been involved in the chapter. So I want to make a priority of active listening to faculty so that we can, so that the work of our chapter can be more representative of the needs of faculty, whether they're members or not. We have not put a lot of energy into this question of how our priorities match our practices of representation in the chapter. So I want to put some energy into that. I want to keep thinking about what I'm calling strategic visibility, which is thinking about varying degrees of publicness for the chapter without doing something that would provoke the administration to say, look, they have 19 members, they're meaningless, don't pay any attention to them, right? Without doing that, still to increase our visibility by putting up signs around campus, by starting to talk more openly in faculty meetings about AAUP, by talking more in the faculty senate about AAUP, which I started to do last year as soon as I became president, and to think about being strategic about how we pick issues that put the administration on notice with various degrees of intensity. So an example of that strategic visibility is the president started this year a new program, which we heard about earlier today from other perspectives, around civics and civility, that we need to be talking about civics and civility at Fordham so that we are not so rancorous with each other. And we have a new civility fellow at Fordham who has been hired to go around and talk to different groups about how to be civil and how to have civil conversations. So I have decided, I met with this civility fellow, very nice person, comes from the business world. I met with this civility fellow the other day, and I'm inviting this civility fellow to a chapter meeting to talk about civility and academic freedom. I think that because the civility fellow is a personal prerogative of our president, I think it will get back to the president that I've invited the civility fellow to a chapter meeting to talk about academic freedom and civility. So I'm going to try to make some choices like that this year with things that matter to top level administrators and start to have the AAUP inserted into those conversations in non-intense ways. This is just a chapter meeting, right? But we're engaging. And then my last point here that I want to talk about is conceptual scoops. I think this is something where we can really have more of an impact that is much greater than our numbers, kind of punch above our weight class, as people might say. And a conceptual scoop is a concept I got from a friend of mine who's a journalist. And this friend told me many years ago, he said, as a journalist, you are rarely going to have the news scoop. You're rarely going to be first on the scene to an important story, right? Most journalists are not. How do you draw attention to your organization's journalistic approach to something that someone else already discovered? He said, you have to create the conceptual scoop. You have to have an attention-getting, persuasive, not just attention-getting, but attention-getting and persuasive idea that draws people to you, even though you're not the first on the scene. So you have to show people that you have an analysis. You have to show people that you have an analysis. And I think that's something, that's a service our chapter can provide in this time of the fallout from the protest and anticipating more fall protests, and in this kind of the tensions around the boycott, which at our first chapter meeting a couple weeks ago exposed some real tensions in our tiny chapter. We can provide conceptual scoops for the larger university. Let me turn off the share, and then I'll just give you an example or two, and then I'll stop. So some examples of conceptual scoops. The president last year is trying to own the shared governance conversation and put it in the administration's court. They created a group of faculty and administrators to review the statutes about shared governance. And they're using an excerpt of an AAUP definition about shared governance, and I'll just say that. They're using an excerpt of an AAUP document about shared governance, and I was able to bring into the conversation all sorts of other literature on shared governance that painted a much richer and complex picture about what shared governance can be, tensions around it, and the fact that there is actually not one thing as shared governance that takes many different forms in many different contexts. So this kind of goes back to what Alan was saying about being a public intellectual for your university, which I like, and introducing people that there's actually scholarship, as we here know, about academic freedom, about shared governance. There are really important debates about how that works, and we can introduce that in ways that are salutary for the larger conversation and in ways that are difference-making for the larger conversation. I've begun to relate notions from the Jesuit tradition. We're a Jesuit heritage university. We're a Catholic heritage university. I've begun to introduce concepts from the Catholic intellectual tradition, from the Jesuit pedagogical tradition, tied to concepts from the shared governance literature as a way of trying to move some conversations forward. That's a conceptual scoop in our context, right? So I don't know what a conceptual scoop would be in your context, but that's a way that we can kind of say, hey, we actually, even though we're tiny, we have some ideas that can move the whole thing forward. So let me just pause there. Thank you for listening. This is just a tale of one tiny advocacy chapter in a much bigger, complicated ocean. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much, Tom. That was interesting. I have to say that we at NYU, we've also been historically relatively small, though we've grown hugely. We've taken an exactly different path. We have been confrontational. We have been very, very public and very vocal. We've taken the lead on many issues, and we have, and I think there's been a virtue in that. I mean, it's one of the reasons that we have, in fact, grown this year among other years. But we have different institutional situations, clearly. All right, I think that we are, I'm supposed to open it up for discussion. Is that correct? If there are comments or questions or other kinds of things that that people here on the Zoom meeting want to bring up, I suppose raise your hand and I will, and then unmute yourself. I will acknowledge you, stack yourselves, and I will acknowledge you, and then you can ask your questions. Is there anybody who wishes to kick it off on for any of our four really great speakers? Okay, Mary Rose, you are first, please.
All right, Pat, thank you so much for Rebecca, first of all, for your great moderation of this panel, but this to the panelists, I thought it was kind of awesome to have Ellen put things in historical perspective, and And then here, some micro examples, obviously. So Tom, I really appreciated your presentation in particular, because I think a lot of I'm resonating as the president of a small chapter at a smaller Catholic university. I think many chapters are dealing with the same sort of questions and issues that you are, and I'm really impressed. I think, right, baby steps, right? We are all stretched thin. We only have so much time, and I think also bandwidth. I appreciate what everybody's saying, and I think Alan, you get to this as well. I mean, it's time, but it's also there can be consequences. There's stress involved. It takes a lot of emotional bandwidth, and so, but ultimately, right, we got, in the morning, we got all this big picture stuff, but I think, at the end of the day, like, this is us, right? We are the AAUP, and we, these kind of actions on our campuses, standing up for free speech, using our skills, right? I was super impressed with that, and I saw some comments in the chat about how creative your colleagues were with creating that that archive and documenting, right? I mean, that's the kind of thing faculty we're good at, right? Sort of using our natural skills and channeling them, and maybe in some ways that, like, it's sort of easy. It's like that's an easier ask for some people to do work like that. So I just want to say thank you to all of you. Michael, that the update on Columbia was incredibly useful because it certainly wasn't the picture that was, being put out in the media. And it's, a good example of how faculty voices can be really important. So I just want to say thank you for all the work that you are doing, and for sharing all of your stories, because I think this whole day has been really inspirational. But I think we do need these sort of gender, it's like, you don't have to, like, we're gonna log off, and we're gonna have lots of other work to do, assignments to grade, students to mentor, and so I think hearing these micro examples of things that we can do, right? Maybe write an op-ed. Maybe that's your goal for this semester, right? Or sign up. I love the idea. I'm really looking forward to this, like, organizing for power or training that I think we're going to be getting announcements about in November. Sign up 5 more members, right, for your chapter. Things that maybe seem doable, because I think, this is like, because when we fight, we win, right? And that's what history shows us, but we've been really beaten down. And so it's these sort of meetings and these sort of stories are really important, because this work is, ultimately it's micro level, but like, we have more power together. And that's why it's really important that we have the national AAUP, we have our state conference, we're trying to reinvigorate our regional bodies, so that, when things happen on your campuses, and Sally can maybe talk more about this, right? That you can, quick got, if you need solidarity, if you need more bodies on campus, or op-eds or letters to the editor, it's not just you, right? But thank you so much, everybody, for all the work you're doing, and a really interesting, engaging panel.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think that we underestimate the kind of work that it takes to keep chapters going, and to just keep doing what it is we do. I mean, there's however small or large it is that we are committing to. But okay, Erwin Yelowitz, if you could keep remarks relatively brief so we can have more people participate.
I will.
Great, thank you.
Yes, I certainly will. Thank you, Alan, by the way, for the comment. I remember you very well as one of my students. I think what runs through all of the presentations that we've had today, morning and afternoon, is the breakdown of shared governance in a crisis situation. In this case, it's the Gaza situation, but we've had examples in the past of other situations. And my question really to all of the participants is, what do we have to do to maintain shared governance as a real operating principle on campus? Because if we had it, I think that many of these results would have been different. We would have not had police involvement the way we did. We may not have had the same level of crisis on the campuses if there had been faculty involvement through shared governance. So the question is, how do we make that principle, which is so central to the AAUP, how do we make that work in the circumstances?
Thank you. I would propose that we gather a few comments and questions, and then people can weigh in as they wish. I'll keep a running, a running list of the kinds of questions folks want addressed. But okay, shared governance, the erosion of shared governance. Kimberly Reiser, please.
Hi, I really wanted to thank the panelists. What an enlightening and inspiring conversation that we've had today. And Sally, the placement, the sequence of the talks today were really spot on. So thank you for your vision for that. I have a question, a comment and a question for Michael. So from what you reported, this is what Erwin spoke about just a moment ago. I imagine there really has been a steady erosion of shared governance practices at Columbia. Certainly, if the president had consulted with the Senate before calling in the police, I imagine there would have been a very different outcome at Columbia and also around the nation, because Columbia, there was so much reporting about Columbia at the time. But moving forward and thinking about what I imagine is on the plate of the faculty and the Senate right now, involving student discipline, the student discipline cases. Is there a Senate policy on your campus regarding faculty involvement in the student discipline cases? And what is the status of the students? My understanding from the popular press is that there are some cases still pending.
That's my understanding as well. I mean, of course, disciplinary matters are all confidential. And so neither, the university never makes official statements about it. When we find it out, it's usually because the students themselves or through their, faculty advocates release some morsel of information. I haven't been involved in this myself at all. So all I can tell you is hearsay. But, the hearsay is that, yes, there are cases still pending, and there have been a lot of encouraging developments where actually, I mean, these very fierce statements at the beginning that students should expect to be expelled. This was partly just to create a disciplinarian image for the press and the public. And a lot of those punishments, have been reduced on appeal, so to speak. I don't know of any student who actually has been expelled. Again, if that did happen, we would hear about it only from the students themselves. But in a way, that's kind of encouraging. But to the crux of your question, is there faculty involvement in these disciplinary procedures? The answer to that is still no, unfortunately. I mean, at least the Senate Rules Committee, by really insisting on the points in the statutes, have managed to steer the disciplinary procedure away from the central administration and back to what is called dean's discipline, the earlier structure under the rules of university conduct, where there is due process, where a student is allowed to have an attorney present, for example, is allowed to, avoid self-incriminating comments and so on. But I would hasten to add that, I mean, some faculty, there are law professors who have been deeply involved. There have been the faculty advocates for students. They know much more about this than I do.
I would just note that at NYU, we have students' cases that are still pending. We have had contingent faculty who have been dismissed. And at our Abu Dhabi campus, we have at least one, if not more, students who've been deported. And so these are, we have had faculty witnesses go to the OEO hearings and the OSC, the Office of Student Conduct, and the Title VI hearings. We are in a fight now with our university administrators over whether students have the right, students who are brought up on complaints and who are being disciplined have the right to faculty, at least witnesses in the room with them, so that they do not have to face these often very trumped up and bogus complaints on their own. And we do have students who've been declared persona non grata on campus and whose graduation was held up. And so we have very vigorous faculty involvement to the extent that the administration allows us to be involved. And it's been a point of real contention. We also have now a very, very newly empowered OEO Title VI division on campus that for whom somebody is being hired as the new director, and this is their remit is going to be huge. And I would just also note that absolutely practically every single one of the complaints that has been prosecuted or pursued through OEO or the Office of Student Conduct, the OSC, has been anti-Semitism, anti-Palestinian, anti-Arab, Islamophobic things are almost always rerouted to public security and dropped. And so it's been very, very partial. And we AUP, as well as the faculty and staff for Justice in Palestine, has been extraordinarily involved in pointing out these disparities and trying to force the university to at least be transparent about the bias that they have been complicit in. Okay, Laura.
Actually, may I just add one more thing before we move on, because I realized we didn't address Erwin Yelowitz's original question, which is how do we make shared governance work?
Well, sorry, I was trying to gather questions together so that we could do it all like in one, but yeah, so let's.
Becca, I'm going to have to leave in a few minutes. Can I address Erwin's question?
Sure.
All right.
Go right. Briefly, please.
Okay. We start from the assumption that there's been an erosion of shared governance. I don't believe there ever was shared governance in any of the universities. The universities are not responsive to the faculty. In the public universities, they are responsive to politicians, and the private universities, they are responsive to board of trustees. To the extent they listen to faculty is only if there's not a problem. Now, at Hofstra, the AAUP is the bargaining unit. So it's not, so everybody is a member of the AAUP, and that does give us a different level of strength. I can't imagine people having a job action over shared governance, but at least when the union speaks, it speaks for the group. One of the things that I think would make the AAUP stronger is if it becomes more of a labor union. So it's not 10 people advocacy on a campus, but it represents the entire bargaining unit. The other point, and then I have to go, and I'm sorry, is this business of confidentiality. You know, confidentiality is presented as something that protects the student. And again, I don't believe that it's done that reason. I think confidentiality is done to protect the institution, so that we don't know what they're really doing. And they'll say, well, we can't tell you because we have to protect the student. Well, that means it makes it virtually impossible for the faculty to respond. So, and again, thank you very much for including me, but I got to go to the Met game.
Okay, thanks. I not being a Met fan, I won't say go Mets, but yes. Okay, let's still hold off on shared other comments on shared governance, and let's go to Laura Murphy and then Leah Atkins and Akins, sorry, and then we will open it up for some other comments by the speakers. Thanks, Laura Murphy.
Thanks very much. And thanks so much to the speakers for these excellent presentations and for all the amazing work that you all are doing. I just wanted to mention something that we just learned that's going on in our campus in hopes that it might be useful for the larger group. We're at Dutchess Community College as part of the SUNY system. And literally just yesterday, the Board of Trustees agenda for Tuesday was posted with a revision to a board policy about the use of facilities for free speech that makes some really significant changes that have not been discussed with the campus community at all, including previously the policy had only applied to third parties. Now it applies to everybody, including students, faculty, staff, everybody on campus. It creates what they call blackout days that where the use of campus can't be used at all, like well, I won't go to, I don't want to take up too much time, but also that you can only have this free speech in this Pine Grove area that's like off the main walkway, this designated area, and that you have to, notify them 5 days ahead of time and so on. And I just raise it because I'm wondering since this policy has not been adopted yet, what could our campus and other campuses do to try to maybe prevent the implementation of policies that have set up the situation that that students and faculty are in. We're now a collective bargaining chapter, I would mention, of AAUP, but we had just newly that we've long had a union, but we've just affiliated. We were an advocacy chapter for years and received enormous wonderful help from Erwin and Kimberly and Mary Rose and Sally and many other people. So we're sort of straddling this line of trying to understand, well, what could AAUP has helped us so much as an advocacy chapter. Now we're collective bargaining. And so I'm just hoping that, I don't mean to, focus it on our campus, but if that answered, that might be useful in general for people who might be facing this kind of thing. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for bringing that up. Well, it is campus by campus, since we all share some structural issues, and then each campus has its own issues. So I think it is appropriate to bring up some Kimberly, sorry, is your hand still up or up again, or is it you're taking it down? Okay, Leah Akins, yes.
Hello, thank you. I'm also from Dutchess Community College. I just want to mention just tying some of these things together and hoping to hear then from the panelists. I have to first say that I just agree with Alan about shared governance completely. But in terms of thinking about the things that we're dealing with on our individual campuses, it seems to me that a lot of what I've heard today kind of brings together this thought that there are overt and covert external factors that are impacting the decision makers on our campus, and that that shared governance is a fallacy when it's just a recommending body, and that there are these external organizations and foundations that are really influencing the people who are making the decisions. And just kind of thinking about how we could address something like that. One of the things that I heard at the AFT regional meeting, so AFT had brought up the fact that the Freedom Foundation targeted New York State and is continuing to target New York State, but has been targeting New York State for over a decade already in terms of anti-union efforts, and especially in higher ed. So how many people, knew about that? That was news to me, right? And that what they were talking about was that because of how special New York is, that it's like if they can take down New York, they can take down the whole country, right? And so it's just like I hear all these things, I think, wow, we really need to come together a lot more than thinking about our individual campuses and thinking about how possibly to do that with all of our challenges. But just that eyes wide open about the organizations out there that are actively talking in the ears of our administrators, and that they come out with these decisions that seem to be from, nowhere, but they're not. They're not. What I get out of today is they are not from nowhere, and they're everywhere, and they're nefarious in their operations, and we have to be a lot smarter about how to deal with that. So just some thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Yeah, I mean, it exposes how the whole panic over outsiders on our campus when during the demonstrations really completely occludes how much outsiders from our campus are impinging on our campuses in every way possible. I mean, we've now been tracking at NYU, and this is one thing that you can start to do, is track what the relationship of some of our administrators are to some of these outside organizations that are not just whispering, they are yelling, and they are yelling loud, and they are yelling clear, and it is it's pernicious in every way possible. Okay, so who wants to add? Michael, you wanted to say something about shared governance, and I'm sure Ellen, you too wanted to say something. So Michael, you go, and then Ellen.
I mean, yes, what I want to say is very brief. And I think it addresses maybe some of the concerns, not only raised by Erwin Yelowitz, but by some of the later speakers as well. Although, circumstances at Dutchess Community College may be very different. The broader question of, how do we make shared governance work? The answer that I've, come to after years of trying and failing to, affect shared governance from the inside is that you have to proceed on both tracks. You have to proceed, with insider methods, talking politely to administrators, trying to get people involved in these governance organizations, faculty senates, and so on, and voting. But at the same time, you have to be prepared to pursue a very vocal, very public strategy using, whatever levers you have in the public sphere. And the fact that Columbia is in the public eye and that there are stories about us in the New York Times, that really helps, right? But you can't even I can't cold call a reporter at the New York Times and say, I want this story to run. The way that I've managed to get stories into public consciousness is to start with student newspapers or even student organizations who can post about it on their Facebook pages. And from there, it can be picked up by local newspapers. We're lucky that on the Upper West Side, we still have a couple local newspapers. Then the New York Daily News, so there are, and of course, social media is a whole aspect of the public sphere that I haven't used, and that's like riding the dragon, right? That can go off in ways you don't intend, but it certainly is a way to get public attention that's completely separate from the internal mechanism. So what I advocate is, I've always been an outsider, actually. The AAUP board, where I'm now vice president, that's the first organization where I've ever had an institutional role. And I think that throwing bombs at firecrackers, at least from the sidelines, actually can be more effective than it seems to be, and just making a lot of noise.
Thank you, Michael. Ellen, did you have some things to say? I'm sure you have plenty. You are muted. You are muted. No, you are muted. Ellen, you're muted. You are not, you have to unmute yourself.
Wrong button. I'm of a certain age, and if Michael thinks these social media are sort of unfathomable, I mean, on a day when I can get through my email without a disaster, I'm doing well. Anyhow, one thing that I think is important, and I've been pushing for it for quite a while, is to get this information centralized, to have a central repository. And I'm hoping that Isaac Kamola's Center for the Defense of Higher, academic freedom can do this, but it's operating in its own little black box, unfortunately. is to get a central repository there that talks about what's going on. I mean, I'm trying to keep a track. I know that I have a little historians group that Rebecca is also in, called Historians for Peace and Democracy. And we are putting out, or we're putting out, a archive of public source information about what's going on. And that can be very helpful because it gives you examples of what kinds of things are happening. And of course, the bias that Rebecca talked about with regard to discipline, is something that, for example, Palestine Legal is tracking. And you can find it, but it would be useful to have a central repository. So that's one thing I've been thinking about. But, if anybody has stories they want to tell, it's hard to sometimes get a response from the central office at the AAUP. They're pretty disorganized at the moment just because they haven't had a executive director for over a year, and that's creates problems. But anyhow, I'm tracking it if I can. Obviously yeshiva is a place which is not in good shape, shall we say. But I also think that what I'm hearing is that people are getting a lot of interest in pushing back, that the fear is intensifying, but the pressure to do something against that fear is also intensifying. So I guess we have to sort of deal with something complicated, but we're academic intellectuals and that's what we do. So hopefully we can get more pushback on individual campuses in whatever way people think is good. I mean, it really does depend on the institutional culture of individual schools. And hopefully at the state level and at the national level, there's going to be much more two-way communication between locals and nationals, I think, in the new AAUP administration, which is really responding much more positively than it has in the past. So,
Ellen, yeah, let me just also mention that I'm part of not only the Historians for Peace and Democracy that Ellen just mentioned, but also part of a sort of grassroots group called the CAHE, Committee on Academic Higher Education. And we sponsored the Day of Action last in April, on April 17th this past year, where over 100 universities and colleges and community colleges participated in a Day of Action to shine a light on the ways in which higher education is under attack. We organize still now for another Day of Action for in 2025, which we assume is going to be also very urgent and very important, depending on. But no matter how the national elections go, it's still going to be very, very important to think collectively about the ways in which we can push back both as individual campuses, but also as allied in some form of coalition or solidarity with one another. We don't have to agree on everything. In fact, we have agreed that we don't have to agree on everything, but we have to agree that there are real challenges that all of us face for structural reasons and for the reasons that were outlined by the folks who spoke earlier. And if you have time and energy, we did there was a podcast that was, there was a webinar and a podcast that was created around the Day of Action from April 17th. It is on the on the AAUP national website. And I did with Amy Offner from University of Pennsylvania. She and I also did a conversation, a podcast for AUP on that. So we're continuing. We all have very, very specific kinds of issues that plague our universities. And we also have very shared issues because higher education has been so completely in the crosshairs of many different things. Yes, Ellen. Yeah.
Yeah, this is just another thing that people could go to. There's a webinar that is being sponsored in part by the National AAUP, being put on by the Historians for Peace and Democracy, which is going to be October 3rd is the date. It's if you try to go HPAD, Historians for Peace and Democracy, you should be able to find it. It's got some really high-powered speakers, Nancy McLean, what's her name? Carol Anderson, Paul Ortiz. So it is going to be about MAGA and the 2025 project of the Heritage Foundation, which is pretty scary, and looking specifically at the threat of, dare we call it, fascism in the United States.
Okay, thanks, Ellen. Yes, that's super important. That's I put HPAD in the that's October 3rd. That thing. Does anybody else have things they want to say? Tom, did you want to respond to anything about shared governance or student discipline cases, or what we haven't addressed is how does anybody from any given university try to mobilize against the prevention to prevent the implementation of seriously restrictive policies on free speech, which make a mockery of the freedom of free speech. If you have to register to be free, then and you have to register your freedom, and the places where you're allowed to speak are so circumscribed. It's sort of a mockery of the whole thing. If you're a bargaining unit, there's always ways of not going on strike, but refusal to work or a work to rules, or those sorts of things that are possible and useful actions if you have a mobilized membership. Those are my thoughts on that. But we have also contested at NYU, since NYU is supposedly a university without walls, and they have built walls around our university, around all of the spots where students might have in the past congregated. They have walled off, in fact, all of the seating. So you can't even sit down any longer. We have occupied those spaces despite the walls and so on. So it's been, it's a cat and mouse game, and of course they can always bring in the NYPD, which they do. But I don't know if anybody else has good ideas to address that question of how to prevent policies, the implementation of these kinds of restrictive policies that sequester sort of and isolate what are supposed to be public protests and public expressions of discontent or of opposition. Yeah, Tom, go.
Well, I'll just be brief. On the question, Erwin's question about shared governance, for us here, our work is about, the way I would put it is finding ways of increasing the stakes of that question. Not everybody has a stake in that question among the administration and honestly among the faculty. So they don't feel a stake, let me say, in that question. It's not a priority for a lot of people. So part of the work we have to do is to create a rhetoric around shared governance, a set of images, symbols, and motivating forms of discourse that give it the importance it deserves. That's not easy to do, and that's going to be local to some degree to your place. But I mean, I have some ideas. I'm thinking of a project about Jesuit values and shared governance that would kind of, in a way, reward administrators for looking good about shared governance and penalize them for looking bad, and kind of also create kind of mission-related opportunities for faculty that would involve, in other words, finding whatever that is that kind of increases the stakes. And then, you know, in terms of demonstration policy, we worked all summer long in the Senate on the demonstration policy review with the Student Affairs Office. This is not going to work at everybody's place. But one thing I learned two things in that. Whereas other universities are going more restrictive, Fordham is actually going less restrictive as a result of these 4 months of conversations. Number one is the value in getting to know the people who actually have to make and enforce the policy on your campus. We actually set out to get to know them as human beings and spent the whole summer having coffees with them, talking with them, having meetings with them. These are administrators, and building personal relationships with them. And this is not going to work everywhere. I'm just saying this is what is working for us. The second thing is that we learned there's a big difference between the policy, which they want to look a certain way to satisfy certain administrative desires, and the practice, right? The practice of the demonstration management is actually rather different than the policy. It's more permissive. And so what we did was we actually created a document describing the practices so that we could re-describe what the policy actually is and then engage them in a discussion about that. So that most of the time you end up doing this, why can't the policy say that, right? This kind of stuff. So in other words, I'm just saying this is just what worked for us. But if it were excessively strict, I think what would happen on our campus is we'd have faculty and students who would just purposefully break it and then just see what would happen. So.
Thanks, Tom. Interesting. Ellen, sorry, if you can mute yourself now because there are background noises that are coming through. Sorry. Okay, Sally, and then Mary Rose, and then we'll call it a day. Yeah.
Mary Rose, does yours have to do with the current conversation? Because mine is something different, and I'd like it to be the last piece that we say.
Mine does have to do with the current conversation.
And I am going to defer to you first.
Okay. Yeah. Again, thanks for Tom. I mean, I think it's yes, definitely recognizing that every campus is unique. And at some campuses, it's just not going to be possible for faculty to, sit down with their administrators and, and come to an agreement. The administrators are ghosting them, right? But at campuses, like it sounds like yours and mine, I think it can be, and I think Ellen maybe, or somebody earlier, referred to this, there's this us versus them mentality between faculty and administrators these days, which is right, contextualized with that whole neoliberalization and the fact that yes, they oftentimes are not academics and they are, bankruptcy attorneys and accountants and all sorts of things. But I do think, as like Leah pointed out, with all these sort of outside forces coming to play, that administrators are I wouldn't want to be one of them right now. They're under a lot of pressures, and we maybe have a lot more at least on certain specific issues, right? And we, we'll take the wins where we can get them. That we, if we can start recognizing where we have interest in common, like getting more funding for higher education, at our private institutions in New York State, it's like, we have worked together with our administration to, help advocate for Bundy aid. And I think there's certain things that, we don't want to overlook the possibility that actually cooperate and, sort of framing things in a way that you're like, you'll look good, right? If you, sign on to the AAUP policies, which oftentimes protect administrations more. Like I'm always baffled when they go against some of these policies, which actually give them more protection than they have not following them. So, I'll just end there, but I do think that's something that, that is a possibility. And in some, obviously in some cases that's just not going to work. So
yes, I think that our role as in AUP, while we at NYU have always been very oppositional to our various administrations, we've also taken on the role of explaining AUP to them and AUP policies to them, and to show them perhaps why it might be better for them to think in terms of AUP rules rather than their own. But okay. Sally, yes. To conclude.
Thank you. I heard Michael and some of the things that you said, and that your experience of being a whistleblower, and Tom and Alan, I know he's not here right now. Ellen, not so much in yours, but what I really want to pick up on is the emotional piece. And Ellen, I'm not saying you haven't experienced that, but I'm hearing it from the stories of some of the others. And I want to just remind all of you that, one of the focuses of the New York State Conference has been on, and we have grant money to work on this, is the emotional cost of a lot of this work that we do. The impact of the trauma of, watching our fellow our colleagues and our students, also undergo trauma and experiences that really nobody thought were going to be part of, you go out, you send your kids off to college, right? You have this entirely different, vision. You're concerned about them going out on Friday night, not about things like this. At the same time, these are amazing opportunities, teaching opportunities for them. I'm reminded a lot of the activism. I've always been an activist at heart, and these are wonderful times for that, but they do come at a cost. They often come at a great emotional cost, a physical cost for some even. I'm reminded of the movie Iron-Jawed Angels, which I show in my women's gender and sexuality studies class, and talking about how, the toll and what extent that people are, well, it's obviously dramatized for television. Still, a reminder of what people go through when things are difficult, and I think the extent that they're willing to go. Coming back to the emotional cost piece, we want to be here to support you for that. We have, we can do, come in and talk to your chapter. I got training last spring to be able to come in and do trauma-related trainings. Or work with faculty. If you think that would help your chapters, let me know. We could do it as a larger group, get together and do a Zoom piece on it, and give people an opportunity to talk about some of their experiences. But because that's a particular area of my interest, and as I said, because we have actually received grant money that we can do this with, I want us to remember that before we're professors and before we're anything else, we're people, and there's a lot of emotional and family and other stuff involved. So just wanted to say that piece. And thank you all for spending this Saturday morning and this Saturday afternoon with us, discussing all of these really. I said to my husband at lunch, I said, I think this is one of the best conferences I've been to in a long time, and I'm the one that puts them together. So I know I say that maybe about each one, but this was particularly good today. And I just am really grateful for all of our speakers and our moderators and the people that were here to participate as well. So Mary Rose, do you have any other closing comments as the president?
I would like to second everything Sally said. Thank you so much to all of you who participated and contributed, and perhaps those of you who are just here listening, we really appreciate you taking the time. But these were just excellent and incredibly rich and helpful presentations. And I very much want to thank Sally for all the work that she put in to make this a reality. You know, we kind of throw ideas out there and suggestions, and she does this amazing job putting it all together and making it happen. And so thank you so much, Sally, and everybody who was here today. And hope to see some of you on chapter leader Zooms coming up, and other AAUP or Organizing for Power events. Thanks again for participating.
And I also might mention that we had our meeting yesterday, so we have lots of things planned for you. One coming up in October, so watch your email. There's going to be a notice coming out about a workshop we're doing in October that you will want to attend. So thank you. You can say goodbye as you're off if you want, or just go quickly and go do something else.
Yes.
Bye, everyone.
Yeah, Sally, I hope you get outside. Is it beautiful there as it is here?
It is